teacher gets that message, she should be calling
Yep.
the lockdown and using her panic button to do that.
Correct. Correct. We can follow up and add that layer of training as we're working with the teachers right now as they're back in their buildings.
Okay, and then in regards to the age level with rolling this out in elementary school, Dr. Hepburn, what is your thoughts on that?
So I'm thinking of two things compartmentalized. So we have policy that is often broad, and we have our operational processes that are, often narrow. And right now, operationally, academically, we're not exposing elementary kids to AI in the form that we're doing for secondary schools. I do know that some schools have I would call a soft version of teaching kids about what AI is and how do you code and things like that using like Minecraft type activities. But as far as the whole language learning model, the chat bots and all of those things, we're not doing that in elementary school at all. That's been a specific strategy of ensuring that we're not exposing elementary school kids to that. So probably more of a question for the GC if baking that into the policy, but operationally and academically, we're very narrow in our scope of what age group of students that we're going to allow to use it.
So if I may add to that, what Dr. Hepburn just said. So in addition to what's going to be included in the standard operating procedures and the guidelines, the policy based on the board's motion at last Tuesday's meeting does now have language that says for students in grades pre-K through second grade, access to standalone generative AI applications, AI chatbots, and similar conversations in AI systems is restricted. So that is in the policy based on your vote last week.
Right, so that's up to second grade. And
Sorry, I thought, just point of order, I thought that motion was up to fifth grade. I thought it was all elementary school. Does anyone remember differently?
I asked for that. I don't think it passed.
Yeah, I think it was K1.
No, we're talking about one-to-one. That was the one-to-one screen time. The AI chatbot piece, Ms. Bullman? That was all elementary, yeah. Ms. Bullman?
I think the context was with Magic Schools that it was going to be middle and high school, but I think to the point that the expectation from the board was probably that we're not going to have it in elementary school at all.
If I'm remembering the motion correctly, it was the third motion, and it was specifically about AI, and it was elementary school. The first motion dealt with one-to-one screen time devices. So I would, if we could go back and review,
If the board gives me direction to make it from pre-K to fifth grade, done, we will do that. I just need the direction.
that would be my suggestion.
Is there any objection to that, Ms. Thompson? No?
I was just going to say, I think it was my substitute motion.
Yeah,
and that's what it was, elementary school.
It's okay. So no objection to Ms. Al-Hadaf's proposal? There you go.
No.
Thank you.
What we approved last week.
Last week, the motion was very specific to AI chatbots. Ms. Dupree-Bruneau, could you read what the language that you just read? It was a little bit broader.
Based on what the board is indicating, you wanted to go to fifth grade, so the language would say, for students in grades pre-K through fifth grade, access to standalone generative AI applications, AI chatbots, and similar conversations in AI systems shall be restricted.
So why is what you're speaking to not reflected on page 111 under instruction, student use of AI?
Part of the reason is that the policies that were uploaded, because we have to upload it within a week, those policies don't reflect the motions that were done at that meeting. So we have captured it, and updated those policies, and it will come to you on August 11th, fully revised.
So will it also be revised on page 111?
Yes.
Okay, then I'm good, thank you.
Anything else, Mrs. Al-Hadaf? Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. Excuse me. I have two questions. So my numbers are different, but page 30, of the specific policy there, where it says transparency. In the second paragraph, it says parent communication and opt-out. Where legally required or administratively permitted, parents may opt out of AI-based district tools, assignments, or assessments. What does that mean? I mean, legally required makes sense, but what does administratively permitted mean? I think it's very ambiguous.
For the opt-out, it will have to go through the instructional materials opt-out process, which is an administrative process. That's what that is referring to.
So is there a way to word that better? Because Dr. Zeman has said this a number of times, our policies are not people-friendly.
Yes.
Like, we know what it means, but someone reading it might not know. So I think it needs to be more clear that there's, and it doesn't really say in here where to go to find that procedure, because I know we don't want to put procedures in our policy, but it should at least direct them somewhere to find out how they can opt out if they want to.
Absolutely. And my understanding, because I wasn't at the last meeting, but my understanding is that the board directed for me to also draft a family or parent-friendly process document for the parents. So I am working on that, and that will be something that will be part of the whole AI release and education of parent with simple steps on how to do the opt-out. And then I'll also try to fix the language as well in the policy.
All right, and with knowing that may change after the August 5th.
Well, interestingly enough, the rule does also include the opt-out as we have it pursuant to Florida Statute 1006.28. So it's quite interesting that it has the opt-out, but then it has an opt-in. And one thing I think the board needs to be aware of, that rule, the way that it's drafted, it's extremely broad, which means that even using your spell check in Word could qualify as something that a parent has to opt in or go through the instructional process to challenge as an opt-out. So I think there's going to be some clarification from the state board when it reviews the rule, because it's very, very broad.
Yeah, and we have seen just in our own policy with the cameras, opt-in is not very efficient way to get things done, which I'll bring up later today. So my other thing is on page 33, it's under employee use of AI, under E, workflow enhancement. The last sentence in that paragraph says the use of AI tools for such purposes should be disclosed when disseminating AI output. So my question to that is, for example, we have Copilot, and when which is a form of AI, sometimes you use that to help you word so does this policy mean that at the bottom of our emails, we have to put a disclaimer that says we've used Copilot to help us craft this email?
I'm going to ask Mr. Castaneda to address that question.
That's an excellent point, because as AI becomes more and more embedded into our processes, what is the notification threshold? The intent of it was, if you create a large document or policy document or procedural document, and you use AI, it should be disclosed somewhere. But I take that question. That's an important point as to what is the threshold for how much do you use AI, and that would trigger notification, or should we just put a blanket notification if AI was used in any part of the creation of a document or presentation?
Yeah, because the way I read the policy, it's right now, it says if you write an email to someone, you would have to put a disclaimer that it's been enhanced or whatever by AI. That will be very cumbersome, especially to our teachers if they're writing an email to parents. So I don't think that that's my personal intent. I mean, but I don't know what my board members think, but I think it needs to be a little clearer, because I don't want someone to get caught up in saying that they're not following policy. If they were to write an email that was enhanced by AI and someone said, well, you checked it out, found it was AI, and then said you're breaking policy because you didn't disclose it. So I guess I'd like to know what my colleagues think.
Any thoughts on Mr. Cervera, Dr. Zeman?
After you.
Thank you, Chair. guess we learn something new every day in life. I did not know that you can use a chatbot to respond to your emails. That's actually quite frightening when I think about it. That being said, I think everyone knows my take on AI, and I think if you're going to use it and the policy requires a disclosure, I think that would and should include emails. I know in the legal profession, as I'm sure Ms. Bowman is well aware, the state Supreme Court has recently come down with some rules that if you use any AI in any kind of legal pleadings, you have to put a disclaimer on there. So I would be in favor of such language if, in fact, a chatbot or Copilot or something is used to respond to anything. I think you should have to disclose it in fairness to let people know that it's being used. Incidentally, to my constituents listening, just know if you email me, you will get a response solely from the mind of Cervera. It will not include any AI responses. But if people choose to do that, that's certainly your prerogative. I'm not casting judgment upon anybody, but certainly I think some type of disclaimer should be in there so it's obvious that the text and context of the messaging or whatever it may be was used with AI and not fully with the person who's hitting send. So I would be in favor of requiring that language in any emails or documents that were created in part with AI.
Dr. Zeman?
Thank you very much. You can imagine a high school student being assigned a paper and asking an AI chatbot, can you tell me 10 great sources to read on this topic? And the chatbot will respond with 10 or 100, might put it together in tables, might sort it by when it was done, might sort it by reviews, very, very efficiently, as a very effective use of AI, right? We all have to go find sources to read in order to write, an intelligent paper about something. We've used AI, probably a lot of us, to summarize 500-page technical papers, in a few pages so that we can understand the gist of it and decide if we really want to, go in and dive in further into that paper. Again, I think that that's a very effective mind-expanding use of AI. I don't think the mind necessarily expands by doing trivial tasks 1,000 times when a machine can help us sort through it. And then our mind can go back to actually learning because we're doing something that's a stretch for our capability at that point. I would just ask, Chair, that the staff think a little bit about a good delimiter for this. If you're using AI to write a paper, absolutely, one, you shouldn't do that. Two, you need to disclose any kind of AI that actually produces content that you purport to be your own. And I'm not even sure we want to say that that's an okay thing to do. I don't believe that it is. But we have a lot of AI assist devices that are very good. Things like I described, things like statistical analyses, which they can do without you having to understand statistical programming. All of those things are very healthy ways to use AI in order to expand your brain faster than you could without AI. But to me, this is a tough thing to describe in words, Ms. Hickson, because we don't want someone to use part of AI without disclosing it, like writing the essay or writing the introduction to the essay. No, you shouldn't do that, one. And two, there's some things we may want to disclose. Things that I described, I'm not sure are going to be abnormal. In fact, today, I think they're very normal for high school students to be using these tools to create sources, to summarize sources, to know where to go, to explore further, to understand reviews of some of that material so you can really move forward in a good pedagogical way, expand your capability. So I would just ask the staff to think a little bit about a sentence that describes what is it that really needs to be disclosed versus what are kind of good, solid, consistent with what we know about pedagogy techniques for using AI to kind of accelerate the learning and to make it more efficient.
This particular piece is about employee use of AI. It's not about students.
But including employees. So an employee uses it to find sources to assign to students. I don't think they need to disclose that. That's just a much more efficient way to find great articles to share with students. If they produce a lecture in toto from an AI tool, yeah, I think that should be disclosed. You didn't do it. The machine did it. You just wrote a clever prompt and it produces. If you use AI to make your PowerPoint look better, I don't think you need to disclose that because it's your content. You're just making it visually appealing so that you can communicate better to the audience. I still believe that whether it's staff or students, that there's a type of AI that should be disclosed about did the machine actually create this as opposed did they just make it better or allow me to do something more efficient.
And what about the specific question was about emails?
I think the staff should come back and kind of in the next version that we're going to get and kind of trying to limit, give us some words or some options on some words that would say, hey, this is disclosed and this is like normal business practice. That would be my suggestion.
Ms. Hickson, if you don't mind me. So the intent of B was really not about emails. It was more about teachers using it for instructional materials, assessment, and feedback, but not related to any communication that they're doing via email. It's really around their instructional use of AI.
And that's fine.
And if we
When
need-
I read it, my mind immediately went to emails because I do use it to help me with the emails. So if that's the intent, I think we need to be clearer because I just wouldn't want someone to get caught up in where they have used it to help answer an email and someone comes back and says you didn't disclose that because somebody else, if I read it that way, I'm sure other people could take it. So that was my point was, do we want to include that? And if not, then it needs to be clearer, I think, in the policy.
We can absolutely tighten the language.
Ms. Thompson?
Thank you, Chair, and I apologize to my colleagues for my tardiness. I was kicking off one of our move-in projects. My personal opinion is we don't have to disclose it for email because, as another speaker said, your spell check is now using AI. So if you use spell check, does that mean you're not authentically responding to people? I don't think that's an accurate assumption or should be the assumption of anyone on the board. Both of us writing emails to our constituents, our teachers drafting first day of school emails to parents. I think the policy, as Dr. Cohn said, was about more substantial works from teachers or from administration. So I don't think the disclosure should be, and therefore there should be some clarifying language.
Ms. Bullman?
Oh, real quick, just point of order. Are we doing each policy separately or how are we giving our remarks?
I think just everything that you want to.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Ms. Bullman?
So I was following up when Mr. Cervera, because I was looking it up, but it looks like in June, the Florida Judicial Administrative Rules or whatever changed to be updated so that you don't have to disclose AI use, but you do have to confirm that your citations and authority are verified. So, I mean, if we were going in a similar direction with that, so if you're using sources or things like that, you have to verify that that's actually accurate instead of just generating AI and then using that as if that's the truth. I think that's probably a little bit cleaner way to do it. And if we could add something, I'm just kidding about this, but limiting the emails if you're using them, if you're using AI, we don't need 12 paragraphs.
Mrs. Alhada?
Try to keep it concise.
Yes, so on the emails, at the bottom of your email, you have your name, and then we have disclosures already on the bottom of our emails. I think we should direct Dr. Hepburn to have staff put together with the legal jargon to reference our AI policy, and that gets added to the bottom. This way, whether they're using AI or not, it's covered under our policy that we're abiding by our AI policy. And so like we reference anti-bullying in our disclosure on the bottom of our email. Yep.
Are you wanting consensus on that?
Yes, please.
Is there any objection to that? No. All right.
No.
Dr. Hepburn, Mr. Pre-Bruno, you have your direction on that? Okay, thank you. I just wanted to add a piece to Ms. Hickson's concern. So, in my conversations with students, they were mostly concerned, they weren't necessarily concerned about like teachers using AI to help develop lessons or to develop PowerPoints. They were concerned about teachers using AI to grade their assignments. And so I think I have the similar, I actually have more concerns about just like how this applies to a teacher on a day-to-day basis. So like if we're using Magic School, it's this great tool to help teachers develop curriculum and differentiate instruction and all of that. How do they disclose that? So I think, so I have a concern about that. With the grading, I think it needs to be disclosed, like I used AI to help me grade. Obviously, it needs to be very clear that the teacher was the final say, that the teacher didn't just put it into AI and then take the AI grade and put it in the grade book. like that would be absolutely inappropriate. But I do think when it's being used for grading, it does need to be disclosed. I have a concern, I think, that other people have brought up, like, if I'm writing a lesson plan and I used spell check, do I need to disclose that? How do I go about disclosing that? If I had AI create a graphic for my class to look at and analyze, does that need to be disclosed? Like that puts a lot of extra work on the teachers having to add a disclosure to everything that they are putting out. So I guess I'm wondering how staff can help us grapple with that. And Ms. Bowman?
Yeah, I think I appreciate the concerns. I think we need to identify really what we're trying to do here and what we're trying to protect and what we're trying to disclose to whoever's receiving this information. Because if we're using AI as a general tool that everyone's using in their day-to-day work life, then we can assume that they're using AI. Do they have to disclose because that we're really getting into the weeds if we're using, we're talking about spell check and things like that. Like every single person that's using a computer is basically using AI for something. So what are we really trying to put people on notice about? I think we need to kind of dig down to, what we're trying to do with that. Where's the harm?
Madam Chair, if we may.
Point.
If I may, Madam Chair, I think giving us an opportunity to go back and see what we can do to define that and get that fine line, because there is a difference. I've heard from Ms. Bowman, Ms. Thompson, Dr. Zeman, using Grammarly or spell check is one thing, but actually creating the entire instrument or document with AI, giving you the information is something else. So.
Yeah, because I think that's where, in my opinion, the big thing is you're taking. I would much rather know that my teacher read my assignment that I was working on and actually gave me a grade instead of ran it through AI and then we're all getting the same. I mean, the rest of it, I think we're assuming you're using AI. Like we're powered by AI. People are using the tools. We have the partnership. We're using Copilot. We're doing all this stuff. So, I mean, at some point, this is just going to be what we're doing, and that's the tool you're using. So I don't know if we need to fall over ourselves, disclosing every single time we're typing something and it's using AI.
Yeah. And if I may, I do think, to your point, and I think I'm going also back to Ms. Leonardi's point, I think there are things that are high-impact decisions that we definitely need to delineate in the policy, and certainly a teacher shouldn't use AI in the decisions that AI make to be the final say of grades and decisions related to students and FERPA and IDA and all of those things. It's a tool like a calculator, like a computer, when they're using Google. These are tools, and ultimately the teacher has to make the decision to discern that information, and ultimately that decision has to be his or hers at the end. And so it's simply a tool. And I think if we think about it just as a tool, like any other instructional tool, at the end of the day, it is the teacher's discretion and decision-making that determines whether they use it or not, but it is there to support and to help.
Thank you. So we have Attorney Dupree-Bruno telling us that they'll go back and rework the language to make it a little bit more specific. So we appreciate that. Ms. Hickson? You still have the floor.
That was it for me. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else on Mrs. Alhadeff?
Yes, so just going back to the teachers using AI to check the students' work, I don't know if you guys heard about one of the, not our teachers, but a teacher that did use AI and put a special code within the AI to check the students' work, to check that if they were using AI in the assignment and they used like a certain word, Madagascar, something like that. And when, like, out of 40 kids, 35 of them did use AI to write the paper because that word kept popping up. But because the teacher coded the way they coded it with AI, they were able to find that they were using AI. So my point is that AI could help to figure out if kids are cheating and are using AI.
Yep.
Anyone, well, we're still on round one, so would anyone else like to share? Ms. Bowman?
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously, there's two things happening. One is to determine whether or not someone's cheating if you were assigned to write something not using AI, and then you use AI to figure out if they used AI. That's one thing. But if you are not using AI and you're working for hours on a paper and then to have it just run through I guess it's kind of like, what are we trying to accomplish here too? If you're not allowed to use AI and you're working hard to write it yourself out of your own brain, is the teacher just going to run it through AI and then you get like a generic determination of how well you did on it? Or are we going to have a reciprocal effort on it? I mean, I guess that's a philosophical question for my colleagues, but.
Ms. Bowman, did you have any other comments on the policies?
No, I did not. I'm
No,
just
okay.
posing that question to.
Ms. Dupree-Bruno?
So board, I would direct you to look at page 110, lines 21 through 28. I think it answers some of the questions that were posed during this discussion with regards to transparency and professional responsibility. Specifically for employees and our teachers who are using AI. When using AI to create instructional materials, assessments, or feedback, employees shall maintain transparency by disclosing the role of AI in these processes. Employees must review and verify the accuracy and appropriateness of the AI-generated content. While AI may be used to assist, as Dr. Cohen was saying, using as a tool with routine support functions, employees remain responsible for the intellectual core and the final verification of all professional work products, including lesson plans, evaluations, and communication to ensure the accuracy and appropriateness of the content.
Thank you. Ms. Thompson?
Thank you. I'm going to jump off AI for a second. And page 11, for our organizational meeting, the Value Adjustment Board, is that the Broward County Value Adjustment Board? Okay, so it says that it's the responsibility of the board to appoint one citizen member who owns a business. That has never occurred. Where did that come from? It's page 11 at the bottom under Value Adjustment Board. The board shall elect one member to serve on the County Value Adjustment Board, which is me. Additionally, it is the responsibility of the board to appoint one citizen member who owns a business occupying commercial space. That has never been disclosed to me. There is no member on the board that's a citizen member. So
That's statutory. 0151 organizational meeting.
well, can we get some feedback from Broward County then? Because no one on their staff has ever said, they have citizen members, but they're not appointed by the school board. I don't know how they come to be. They're appointed by Broward County.
Okay.
So I think some clarification
We'll look into
is
that.
needed on that. And then page 47. I think my comment on this, this is the Teacher Bill of Rights. is that we as a board have been doing a lot of stuff that one could say could impact teacher autonomy. So how does this work then if we have now said there's no screens allowed in pre-K, kindergarten, and first grade? Is that in, would general counsel say that that goes against this policy?
So Dr. Cohn has been really looking into this and trying to define teacher autonomy as well as, excuse me, as well as academic freedom. And I have also been speaking to him, and we're going to provide a clearer definition that is based on law in terms of what that academic freedom and autonomy is. I will say in a nutshell, yes, there is teacher autonomy, there is academic freedom, but it must be in accordance with what is the state law, the state standards, and the board policy, and the direction that is given by this governing body. But we will have more of a definition for you as we work that through, but that's in a nutshell of what that is. So saying no screen time for this particular age group, if that is the will of this board as a governing body, that is, now you're going to have to work within that governing body's policy in terms of what you can and can't do in the classroom.
Okay, then I think just making sure that's clearly laid out, so everybody understands, both the board and our teachers. All right, page 83, which is in the section of legal services for employees, officers, and public officials. On line 11, it says the board member must file with the clerk of the board. Who is the clerk of the board?
That's usually the board secretary, if you will. So Broward's a little different. I know that you have your own individual executive assistants that serve as your board secretary, but there's normally a person, and I'm going to think that it's Andre Hill through the chief of staff's office, that serves as the clerk or the secretary of the board, making sure that the minutes are taken, any of those formal processes, that will be that person.
So if we don't have that position, should the position in our policy be named something else?
We can change the wording so that it aligns. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Minnie, but that's the language specifically from the statute, right? Yeah. So we'll realign this to make sure that it follows Broward, and maybe it's just revamping that job description so that we have those statutory people who are required. So that is one that we probably need to look into.
Okay. And then on page 92, which is the section on student internet safety. This is more of, let me see. So starting on line 26, in addition, pursuant to federal law, students shall receive education about the following. When are we actually giving them this education that's statutorily required? And this is safety and security while using email, chat room, social media, the dangers inherent with online disclosure of personally identified information, the consequences of unauthorized access, and unauthorized disclosure, use, and dissemination. Because I think as we talk about this, I've been talking about needing scaffolding in our internet use and AI use, and I don't actually know what class we are teaching these things that by law we are supposed to be teaching.
So I don't know, this is policy 7540.03, student internet safety and acceptable use. So I don't know if Mr. Castaneda or Dr. Cohn can address.
So I would probably say we'd probably need to follow up to see specifically if there are core courses or elective courses where this information is shared, in order to know specifically when students actually get access to this particular training.
Dr. Washington might be here for the assist.
Yeah. Oh, good. Go ahead. I was going to say the same thing. This is more probably around the beginning of the year when we go over student code of conduct information. Go ahead, Dr. Washington.
Good morning, everyone. I don't know. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay. Jody Washington, Director, School Culture and Student Support. The Internet Safety module is actually part of the required resiliency instruction that is offered to all students every year.
Perfect, and that covers hacking, personal disclosure, safety, security, all that we're federally required to do, it covers that.
It covers everything that is statutorily required.
And that's given typically when in the year?
I can, if you give me a second to look up the instructional focus calendar, I can come back and give you that information. I can't remember what month it's done, but
I don't
it's,
think we
it's one
need-
of the months.
Yeah,
that's-
I don't think we need to know right away, but I do think it's something to be intentional about if we are starting to give students more and more access to this, that happens earlier in the year.
And-
beginning, yeah.
if I may, a lot of those topics are actually covered throughout because it's also covered where we cover the topics of child exploitation because that and internet safety go hand in hand. So it's actually not always just a specific month, but covered throughout as well.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, so page 102, the district issued student email account. So we've talked about this before, and the response from staff, because we have student accounts, but they can't actually access it. And now we have a whole policy about what students can and cannot do with their student email that we don't give them access to. So I'm guessing, I'm wondering either the relevance of this policy or the better idea, which would be to give our students access to their email, especially high schools. So I'd like some conversation and dialogue around that policy, which for my colleagues is 102, district issued student email account.
I had the same question. So any of my colleagues have input on the student email?
I'm just curious if we have any evidence that our high school students want another email address. There's a lot of restrictions that come with a government email address that you don't have with a, Gmail or other, kind of account. So,
So
do they want one?
The majority of the high school students I have talked to would like a more formalized email for when they're applying to colleges, when they are applying to jobs, because right now they have, I'm not going to make up an email, but whatever girl@gmail.com. And I think having a more professionalized email account would actually benefit them. We also, as board members, have no way to contact students to share that there's volunteer events, to share that there's internship opportunities or specialized scholarships that might be based in our city. We have no way to communicate with students, and we pay for their email access. And the response I got from staff was, oh, it's too dangerous to allow them to have it. I would venture to say that it's dangerous for anyone to have an email because anyone can do click phishing things and all that. We see adults do that all the time. And so that would be my main argument, is that I would like to see a way to give them that access, especially our high school students. But also, if they don't have access, we don't need a policy about how they can join listservs or email services because, again, they don't have access. So it's a kerfuffle.
Anyone else? Mrs. Alhada?
I guess I just need to better understand, Dr. Hebron, what is the concern about getting our high school students' email addresses?
Yeah, so there's various reasons. I'm gonna ask Dr. Diamond in a minute to kind of chime in on the specific reasons why, but I do just want to let the board know we do have mechanisms of contacting or providing information to all of our students, especially high school students. Most of them get it through Canvas and other various means, so they all get the same type of information at the same time, and we can definitely, the board sees fit that they want to share information to students that's relevant to them, and for activities or events, we can do that too. But I do know, that as far as vulnerability for a system our size, where we're always trying to get, people are always trying to penetrate our systems. When you open up more doors, it makes it easier for that to happen. And also, as I'm listening to Ms. Thompson with some of the asks of some of the students, like using the email for outside things that have nothing to do with the school, such as job applications and things like that. The board does bear some liability if something happens on our email, our student issued email addresses where students are interacting with other people besides school staff. But go ahead, Dr. Diamond.
Well, I was just going, Daryl Diamond, Director of Project Management Office. I was just going to add that there are some students who do have email accounts, or student government students, I believe, have it. And you said it perfectly. I think that the reason we haven't given email accounts out to students is the vulnerability. I think that maybe we should canvass the students to see whether or not there is an appetite for email, but to our knowledge, in ISD, there has not been. So we have erred on the side of caution by not giving out email accounts.
So I would say that I think we should pilot this at 3 of our high schools this year. I know private schools give out email addresses for their students. It's not that they probably don't want it. They want it, but they're just not speaking up about it. So we should raise the bar. We should figure out what our security measures are to put in place that there are not issues. And then if it goes smoothly, then all the high schools will get emails in the following year.
So I just want us to think about our scale compared to private schools. You're talking about 180,000 open doors. We are virtually penetrated attempts every day, every second. And I wish Fabio, our cybersecurity person, was here, and he would be able to educate the board on, the kind of managing that, which is a very large job just with staff. Our staff even have issues of pressing on the wrong thing when they see something and they're not, sometimes don't follow the training. And we have to shut their email account down. We have to retrain them just to make sure. So just want to think about when you have 180,000 plus students, and let's say high school, let's say about 50,000 plus students, still double the amount of staff, and having that many open doors. We can survey high school students to see if they actually want it. We can let the team work something out to see what's the demand and what can we implement that can reduce security as much as possible. Probably, I don't know, we'll talk to the GC, figure out what's closed door, what's open to the public as far as this discussion. But I think it needs to be a little bit more of a discussion before we open up that door, because the vulnerabilities are massive. And when it happens, it's hard to back out of that and retrieve, and it will cost the district a lot of money on the back end. So I think more conversation about it. I understand the concern, but our scale just makes it very difficult to open that hundreds of thousands of doors, and all it takes is one student to make the wrong click.
Right. So I mean, I'm thinking high school students, so it's not hundreds and
Yep, yep.
thousands. Secondly, I would like to know, what does Miami-Dade and Palm Beach do? Are they giving email addresses to high school students? And then maybe we do it as an opt-in. So then out of the 50,000, you're not getting 50,000.
Yeah, we can do that research and talk to the team, figure out our vulnerabilities, and figure out how we can make something work. Some of it may be closed door conversation about how we manage our internet security and all of that, and the vulnerabilities from our cybersecurity team.
Ms. Bowman?
Yeah, I'd like to see a cost-benefit analysis to that. So like how vulnerable we are, what the cost would be versus, what, because I understand that it would, in an ideal world, everyone gets an email address and you use it professionally. But the other thing is that everyone has access to an email address because you can get them for free outside. And then that's not we're not liable for that. And I hear what you're saying about the potential and the vulnerabilities. And I don't know that I want to take on that cost. I'd like to see, like what our potential liabilities are, what like a worst case scenario, and then really what we would use it for, and how that would benefit the students versus using an outside email address, so that we can make a decision on that.
If I could add too, I'd be curious about student opt-in of their cell phone numbers. To Ms. Thompson's point, we're moving way past email. People communicate largely by text or social media. There are some students that would probably like to opt in so that they're a member of the volleyball team and the volleyball coach wants to get to them really quick. That's a very normal thing. But they may want to opt in so that a school board member or a principal or a club that's looking for new people might get to them. They actually read those. A lot of high school students just are allergic to email. It's a very formal thing, and but they sure as hell read their texts, and they visit social media sites in order to get a lot of information. If we're really curious about communicating with our students, I'd like to see the cost-benefit analysis of that as well, Mr. Superintendent.
And to that point, to Dr. Zeman's point, if that's the better way to communicate with a student, I mean, you have to also keep in mind you're dealing with minors. So I always am, concerned about that. I don't need to be having a lot of contact with minors that aren't consented to. If there's a app that we can get student volunteers and do things like that, that's maybe monitored or whatever, because then there's a protection for the students when you're interfacing with adults so that it doesn't go sideways, which might be the easier way to monitor something.
We'll research it, get back.
Anyone else? Ms. Thompson?
So then I guess my next question is, if they don't have access, why, to the general counsel, why do we have all this language about what they can and can't do with that thing they don't have access to?
Thank you, Ms. Thompson, the reason that we have this policy is because there are some students that do have access to email. So this policy is directing any student, even if it's 1 or 50 or 100, this is what the process is, this is what you can and can't do with your email account. It's just part of the technology policies, and it covers us for anyone, any student who may have access.
Okay. And then 154, which is the school visitors, and on line 21, it says, in keeping with board policy, such board member visits shall not be considered to be official unless designated as such by the board. What does that mean? So when I go to a school, unless my colleagues approve my visit to the school, it's not official? Like, what is that?
I would say basically that's true. If the person isn't designated by the board to make an official visit, then it's not considered.
Well, then I would like to take that line out, because I think when we as school board members visit our schools, that's an official visit, unless someone can give me a better definition of
Take it out.
that.
We can take that out.
Does everyone?
Kind of statutory.
Is there any objection to that?
Let me just suggest maybe where this came from, which is other boards more often designate somebody as an expert in a field, and they say, hey, can you go visit 10 schools and gather some data on this, hey, social worker, can you go and do a site visit of 10 middle schools? We hear this thing, and we'd like you as a board member to go gather specific data on 10 randomly chosen middle schools and go in without telling anyone you're coming and collect some data, bring it back to the board. That's not our normal policy here, but there are boards that kind of break down by specialty, and they do some things like that. And I think that's what's inferred by this, is that would be, like an official school board business visit, as opposed to any school board member dropping in on any school, and that's official too in another sense of the word. But I think what they were trying to get to is as designated by the board to do a specific thing. How about like the diversity committee? They're required by our policy to go visit X schools and ask these questions about these 9 topics from the lawsuit. To me, that is a different visit than a volunteer saying, oh, we're just going to pop in because we're checking out playgrounds or something like that, right? Something that's not part of the policy. So I could see why they would distinguish one for the other. I just don't think it's necessary. I think if you're tasked by the board to go, visit some schools and gather data, they know what that is.
Agree. So we can take it out?
If that's the direction, we'll take it out.
Is there any objection to taking that piece out? Seeing none?
No.
Okay, and then, so back to our AI policy. I don't know if Andre has sent it out yet, but there was something created by the Edward Kennedy Institution, which is a part of the United States Senate, called the Students First Act, where they kind of discussed, from a student perspective, what we should have as an AI policy. And I wanted to, oh, he just sent it. He heard me wherever he went. To have my colleagues review, and also Dr. Cohn and Dr. Hepburn, about how we can really make sure that our students have rights within the policy that we're creating. And so one of the, and a lot of it actually was already covered. So Good job, team. But one of the sections they talk about is having a formal appeal process because, and this is something our gifted chair has brought up to us as well, is that his student was accused of cheating with AI. We don't have any formalized appeal process for a student who is accused, thank you, that's the word, accused of using AI. So I would like to see that added, if that's in agreement with my colleagues.
Is there any objection to that?
If I may, Ms. Thompson, I just want to make sure, do we have a procedure or process for a student appeal for cheating? Because I'm not just thinking about AI, it could be for any cheating.
There is. I was just saying that because we could probably lump that into that policy and just make sure it also indicates AI related. So I think we can go back to that without creating anything separate from there.
For this.
As a policy should be linking to one another anyway. So yes, we can do that.
Mrs. Aladeff?
It's in the student code of conduct.
And I had a student in my district that was accused of using AI in her paper, but she did not use AI in her paper. So it's the other way too. That, you know, she didn't have the ability to fight it, even though she's saying, and she didn't use AI.
Yeah. And I think also what these students recommended is having teachers at the beginning, like either in their syllabuses or the first day of class, review what the AI expectations are, both for within themselves, like I use AI to make specialized lessons or however they use it, but AI expectations for their students. And I think that might go into this teacher autonomy situation as well, but I think there needs to be clear expectations. Like Dr. Zeman said, you can ask AI to produce 10 sources on trees. But so is that okay within this science class, or does the teacher want you to actually go to the library or find out? Just clear expectations for our students, I think, would be helpful. Also, tools for our teachers on if they don't want to use AI, requiring oral defenses if there is concerns that AI was used. And then I'm looking over my notes. And I think the rest is either covered already in our policy, but I just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention, that is something like a group of students across the nation have been proposing. And it's important that we have a section of our policy, and I know we have a tiny little chunk, but a section of our policy that's clear to students what the AI expectations are as well.
And if I may, so we're looking at statute right now. I think when we come back in the next iteration, I was just talking that maybe we need to be a little bit more intentional when we think about AI-related cheating, because it does look a little bit different than something else. And I think that we may need to formalize those steps a little bit more in depth when a student wants to appeal or a parent wants to appeal. So we can certainly take that back.
Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Wonderful questions on the AI material, AI policy, but I do have some questions on the homeless student policy. That starts on page 50. So let me see where to start. I appreciate the accommodations in terms of transportation, barriers to enrollment, having a liaison, and so on. But Ms. Bruno, it also indicates the definition of homelessness, which could include students who are living out of cars, in parking lots, under a bridge. I mean, these students have significant barriers to their learning in terms of the environment being conducive to academic success. So while I appreciate the policy ensuring that there are no barriers to their enrollment in specific schools and that transportation is provided, what appears to be lacking in the policy to me is how do we include in the policy the kind of accommodations that would ensure their academic success as a result of the barriers to their environment that they're living in. So I'll give you an example. And I think if we all put ourselves in that position, just imagine you're a kid living out of a car. And imagine that you're inundated with homework from multiple teachers that require internet uses, that require certain resources that you don't have, but you're still expected to meet the same requirement as all other students, and you're not playing on a level field. So how can this policy provide added sort of support for these students outside of getting them to school, but being at home, which their home could be a car? So I don't see that in this policy. And I think it is very, very much needed. So I'll ask Dr. Hepburn a couple of questions. For our homeless students, Dr. Hepburn, what kind of provision do we have? For one, resources given to them, such as computers, internet access, and obviously if they're living out of a car, they may not even have a phone. So how do we ensure that teachers and schools are not putting added burden on them that they cannot meet because they don't have what it takes to get it done? Just like we provide accommodations to our students with disabilities, right? That is a little different from what we do for mainstream kids. These are not students with disabilities, but they have significant barriers, just as our students with disabilities would have. So I don't see that in this policy, and I think that this policy should be a lot more extensive in really addressing the needs of these students.
Go ahead, Mr. Bruno.
Thank you so much. So this policy is specifically related to the McKenna-Vento Act and really regurgitates what that law is. And we're looking at policy 511.01, the homeless students. The different applications and how to effectuate this policy is going to be a standard operating procedure, because I'm sure that our social workers will get involved and they will do their various tasks that they need to do to assist the student. So that process in terms of how we effectuate the policy and you raise a very good point, Dr. Holness, what are the services that we provide? And I don't know if it actually belongs in this policy, which is specifically with regards to the legal obligation, versus having it in the standard operating procedure on how to effectuate this law properly.
Okay, so I have a follow-up question to that. Is there any reason we cannot, if it cannot be placed in this policy, is there any reason in addition to having a procedural service sort of manual, is there any reason we cannot have a policy that would sort of mandate having certain services for homeless children?
So there's a couple things for the board to consider, not for just this policy, but for every policy that we have that's coming before you. You want to be very careful with putting processes in policy, and you want to be very careful with being overly prescriptive in policies, because whatever is in your policy is what you're going to be held accountable to for whomever wants to come and audit and see whether or not you are actually following your policy. So that's the first thing. The second thing, having things in process documents, for example, if the student requires internet, are we going to provide them with a router? Are they going to have a Chromebook that's connected to a particular cellular tower or service? Those are things that are operational that can change from time to time. So you want to be able to give the flexibility to the administration to be able to provide the best service to the student without being prescriptive and having to come back every single time there's a change in that operational function.
Right, so Ms. Bruno, here's my concern. If we don't, say, have sort of a a micro approach to this, right? Where, students who don't have internet service and so on. I am concerned that if we're not even able to provide that, why can't we have something in policy that would inhibit teachers from requiring like homework with internet access to kids who live under a bridge, to kids who live in a car? Why can't there be alternative ways? Provide them with materials, provide them with paper. Now, if we just leave it up to process, my concern is how will it be monitored and how will it be mandated? I just don't want us to leave these kids behind, because I want the surest means that we can put in place. And I much rather be held accountable to help homeless children who are living under a bridge in a car that we have in our policy that we have to follow. And if we don't follow, we should be held accountable. So I am concerned about that aspect, and I don't see why we can't have that in a policy, even if it's in a generalized format, as far as what teachers or the schools can require of a homeless kid in terms of academic activities after school, whether it's homework that require, I just would want you to look into that and see if we can, because I prefer a policy that we can all hold ourselves accountable for. Dr. Hepburn, how many homeless kids do we have in Broward County schools?
We have quite a few. I don't have the specific number. Go ahead, Ms. Hollingsworth. I see you have yourself some team members here.
Yes, good morning. Simone Hollingsworth, Chief Student Services Officer, and I will have Director Marissa Sotelo over Student Services and Mental Health give you that number, Dr. Holness.
Okay, so I think it's worth it that we hold ourselves accountable through a policy to ensure that the homeless kids do not have unnecessary burden placed upon them that would inhibit their success because of what a teacher is requiring. If it's in some sort of a process manual, and a teacher is not necessarily going to go figure out what that is, they just give homework, and it's required to come back. So I don't like the idea of we're dotting our I's, crossing our T's, and we have it looking good on paper, but in practice it's not happening, and these kids are suffering. Ms. Brown?
Through the chair. So, because you said a general statement. So let me ask you if what we have here would satisfy the concern that you have, because it's a valid concern. If we go to page 53 and start at line 6 with the specific services to homeless children and youth, advise if you think that is enough or if you think we need more.
You said page 56?
It's, yes, it's going to start on page 53, actually, and it's going to be starting with line 6, services to homeless children and youth. And it talks about the services that the district has to provide, which includes transportation, but it also includes services related to the educational programs. And there's a McKinney-Vento liaison that is required as well. So just if you could tell me if that's enough.
Okay, so this is the part where it shows programs for children with disabilities, programs in career and technical education, and so on and so forth.
Yes.
Okay, so I don't see even a general statement that would address a homeless child academic success out of the school environment as it is imposed upon by the school or the teacher. That's the part I'm concerned about. Because how can it's almost like asking somebody to run and their legs are broken. So how do we prevent the school and the teachers? What can we put in policy from having undue burden on this homeless child or homeless children to perform these tasks beyond the school environment where the resources are not available and get it done so it doesn't impact their academic success?
I understand. So your point is taken. If I can have an opportunity to speak to the academic team and student services team to see what kind of language can be added there to kind of bolster that a little bit.
Okay, and Dr. Hepburn, I don't know if there's anything that you can do on your end as far as what happens outside of school, because I can't even imagine what it's like living under a bridge or out of a car, and there are students with this kind of situation. How do we expect them to perform and do homework and do stuff that requires internet services? So we can't just put it to the wayside. There are people living these lived experiences, and we have to think about them as much as we're thinking about all of the other mainstream kids. So that's part of my concern, Dr. Hepburn. So I wanted to talk
Holness.
also.
Dr. Holness?
Yes.
We were just conferring, and I think as I'm looking at this list, I think we could potentially take a look at paper-based alternatives where appropriate. So as another, maybe an 8, and that could satisfy the instructional side of the piece as well, because there are opportunities where a teacher could provide paper-based as opposed to digital learning opportunities for a student.
Okay, so could we put in policy for homeless children, and there are different types of homelessness, right? Because there are kids who are homeless living out of a motel, there are kids who are living under a bridge in a car. I mean, it's different. So could we have in policy where any homework or activities, academic activities given to homeless children, that they have an alternative for paper-based?
Yeah. So I think we just have to be careful because not everything can be paper-based, but I think that's why I say where appropriate.
Okay, so if it cannot be paper-based and a kid is living out of a car, it should not be given for homework. Plain and simple.
Yeah, we'll have to look at the nuances of the additions, Dr. Holness. I know the spirit of what you're talking about, and like you said, homelessness is complex. It's not just one type of situation. So let have the team take a look, see what we can add to policy, and also look at our operating procedures as well, just to make sure it's supporting it.
And I think that the challenge with that, Dr. Holdens, is I'm thinking about your process. It could be one homeless student in a class of all, and so if you don't give it to the one and you give it to the rest, now you start to create an inequity issue for that particular student. But I think, to your point, I think we have to look at the totality of all of it and come back.
Okay, so I would like Dr. Cohn for that to be looked into. They should have an option for computer-based or paper-based if you're homeless. All right, so on page 54, 154 rather, regarding legislative, let me go down to 154, regarding school visits. I'm sorry, it's taking me a while to scroll. Just give me 1 second. I'm almost there. Okay, there we go. Thank you, Dr. Zeman. You have it all printed out. I dare not say that too loud because some people are against printing stuff out. All right. So don't tell Lori. I won't tell Lori. I promise you I won't. Okay, so there is a part on here. Let me see. Is this the legislative school visits? Just give me 1 second. Okay, there's a part on here that shows that members of the legislative body can only visit schools within their member boundaries that they serve. And the question I have is why? Why can they only visit schools within their boundaries? I mean, I know that as a board, when we gather all of our legislative body and we talk about our legislative priorities, all of them are advocating for us, for our schools. So why are we limiting them to visit schools specific to their district? Why can't they visit schools anywhere in Broward County?
That language is directly from the statute.
Okay, so it cannot be changed then?
Well, I think what it's really saying is that a board member may visit it doesn't prohibit I don't think it
Okay,
prohibits visitation.
so I'm not talking about school board members. I'm talking about members of, like, state reps, state senators.
Okay, so this is state representatives and school board members.
Correct, but it's specific to state, it says school board members can visit any schools, but members of the legislative body can only visit schools within their member district. Why are we restricting them?
Dr. Holness, if
Yeah.
we can, this is language from the statute, but we want to pull the statute up and just verify, just to make sure. So if you can come back to that, we'll have an answer for you.
Okay, all right, and let me just see. For page 72, with the different holidays that we see that a student may be absent and excused, are teachers provided with a list of these holidays, Dr. Hepburn, and when they occur? Or is it the parent responsibility to say, my child is going to be absent this day for this specific holiday?
So that would be on the student and their parent to provide a specific note. We don't provide a list of religious holidays to teachers.
Okay, but once, with these numerous holidays listed here, once a parent says, I'm absent for this particular holiday, then it has to be excused, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right, and Ms. Bruno, if you can get back to me on the legislative, we'd appreciate it. Madam Chair, I'm done for now.
All right, thank you. Mr. Severa?
You got
I want to go back to the AI policy in our rules, and I just need a little bit of clarification from our general counsel. And I want to thank you for sending over the proposed administrative rule change that the State Board of Education is voting on. Is it this week, Ms. Bruno?
We're anticipating August 5th will be the discussion, and most likely the vote, we'll see.
Okay, so looking at that version of Administrative Rule 6A-1.0957, the way I read it, and I heard you say something extremely similar, is that in order for a child to use any type of AI configuration, including chatbots, the parents would need to formally opt in?
That's the proposal in the rule.
Okay. So we don't have anything like that in our policy as of today, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So clearly, if the State Board of Education votes to approve this version of the proposed administrative rule, we would have to, as a district, would have to adopt that as well.
Yes.
Okay. Do we have a prospective plan of action or a way about going to do this? Because I'm going to go out on a limb, and I'm going to suggest that this probably has a good chance of passing, or at least getting some serious consideration. I think a lot of people are craving this throughout the state, and despite the fact that most in this district seem to be very desirous of cramming this AI stuff down the throats of our students and teachers, I don't think overall in the state of Florida that is the sentiment. And I am hopeful that when the state board meets, they will adapt a more restrictive type of policy than what we're contemplating today. So I guess to simplify my question, are we ready for something like this should it come down the pike?
So with regards to drafting the language that will go into the policy, yes, we're prepared. And I know that staff, Dr. Cohn and superintendent and team academic services, they're going to think it through in terms of how that will become into effect, in terms of how we will have our students opt in and educating the parents in terms of what it is. So that will be a process that they will be working on if this does indeed pass.
Okay, well, I will keep my fingers crossed. And I guess moving forward with something like this, just for the benefit of the public, I know we went over this debate with the cameras in the classroom, but would you mind explaining, assuming this passes and we have to adopt, explaining how this opt-in process would in fact work? Would this be a situation where everybody in, let's say we're in a ninth grade classroom and there's 30 kids, would all 30 kids need to opt in before this AI could be implemented? Or could it apply to half the classroom if only half opts in? What would that procedure look like in the event that this administrative rule were to pass with the State Board of Education?
Without going into the actual operational process, I can just tell you generically how normally something like this would happen.
Sure.
If an opt-in is required, that means anybody who will be using this particular chatbot or generative AI would have to opt in, so it would be the entire class. The other thing that I will say is that we have to be very careful with this rule because this rule is so broad, which means even, again, as I said earlier, even your word spell check or your Grammarly would require an opt-in. So again, until we know exactly where the state board's going to go, I'd just be very cautious. And then, of course, the operational implementation of whatever the policy is or the state board rule, that will be the administration reviewing it.
Okay, fair enough. And I don't know that I buy this whole thing that like spell checker is AI, because I remember in my first PC as a very young individual in the 90s having spell checker on that. And I don't know, maybe the technology has changed, but I certainly don't think anybody would argue that there was no such thing as AI in 1995 when I got my first Windows PC. That being said, I don't think I got a clear answer, Ms. Bruno. With my hypothetical, if there are 30 students in the classroom and only 15 of those students' parents opt them in, would only half the class be required to use the AI, or is it all or nothing?
So this is going to be, again, an operational decision, because at that point, the teacher, and I'm sure going up to Dr. Cohn in terms of instructional materials, what to be used in the classroom. So that's really an operational question.
That would be very nuanced for the teacher. Depends on the course. If that teacher could have 50%, 30% who opt in, be able to continue to work on whatever AI platform they're working on, it'll be up to the teacher and the difficulty of providing instruction when all of your kids are not using the same tools and resources. So a teacher may choose to pivot and say, I'm going to use this because I can't provide the same level of instruction to all of my students in this method. So it's a very nuanced situation inside of a classroom.
So, Dr. Hepburn, if I'm hearing you correctly, we are allowing for teacher autonomy with this.
We've never stopped allowing for teacher autonomy.
Oh man, does that not make me happy? I'm so glad to hear that. Thank you, Ms. Bruno. I appreciate your comments, and to our cabinet, especially Dr. Cohn, who I know has a very, very high admiration for AI. I hope that we are starting to contemplate a plan in the event that the State Board of Education does pass this. I'm keeping my fingers crossed. Obviously, I have no inside information whatsoever or any idea what they're going to do. I just know what a lot of people in South Florida have been telling me, from parents to students, about the AI stuff. So I'm hopeful that they pass this or a very similarly worded version of this rule, and I look forward to I'm going to listen to their meeting. Is it tomorrow?
August 5th.
August 5th. That's tomorrow. I'm going to listen to it. I'm going to listen to the meeting, and I'm going to be one of the people who finds out as soon as they make the ruling. So between that and the teacher autonomy from Hepburn, I could not ask to be in a better mood this morning. So thank you for that.
Thank you. So I have a lot of questions and some comments, and they're all on the AI policy. And I think for me, the way I look at the different policy concerns are: one, around safety; two, around the need for a governance structure and standard operating procedures, which I know is not the purview of the board, but the purview of the superintendent; and then transparency and communication, training, and clear expectations, which I think are all issues that my colleagues have brought up today. I want to clarify something that was said about, we are not exposing elementary school students to AI. I remember very distinctly on the first day of school last year, we visited an elementary school where we saw students using AI to generate images. So whatever we do with the policy, there needs to be very clear communication to our teachers, especially about what is allowed and what is not allowed moving forward. And that kind of brings me to, we made some very big decisions last week. I'm wondering how that was communicated out to our parents and our employees, because even I was speaking with a parent yesterday who was very concerned about AI in elementary school, and I said, well, we made a decision last week that we're not doing AI chatbots in elementary school. So how are we communicating those big policy decisions that went out last week, Dr. Hepburn?
Go ahead, Dr. Cohn.
Great question, multiple ways. So we cascaded that information in our second parent forum that happened last week. We had a large show rate of parents. I believe we had about close to 200 parents log in to that session, which was pretty successful. We got a lot of great feedback. This week, we're also launching our AI website, which will also include, once the policy is approved, it will include the policy, it will provide governance, our ethical guidelines. It'll have all the updates from any board meetings that we've had. It will also include the monthly board reports that we provide, as well as additional training for parents, students, and teachers available. So look forward to launching that website this week, and that will be kind of our main hub to communicate with parents. That's what we heard from our DAC, our TAC, that they want a central place, a repository of information that they can go to that's accurate, as opposed to getting multiple information from multiple people in multiple ways. So that will be the main place that will actually provide updates to our parents and our communities.
Okay. I think there needs to be some additional, very simple, very clear communication to parents. These are the guardrails we put in place. I don't know if that includes like a social media post or something, but I also think like this needs to be very clear to our employees. Is there any objection to that directive, Ms. Hickson?
I just have a question, because if we could be more specific. So we said no chatbots, but you mentioned, because I was there on that first day of school, where the students used it to make their picture that they put up. So I personally don't have a problem with them using that. Those were also 4th and 5th graders, if I'm not mistaken. They were the older students, not younger. And that was part of what they do, right? And if you say, okay, they can't use AI, but they put it in Google, Google's now AI. So are we being very specific about they can't use a chat bot, which I thought was what our direction was? Or are we saying that they can't use AI in any way, shape, or form? Because it goes back to the other idea of, it is true, if you do spell check, everything has now been bought out through AI. And honestly, when we used it before, it was just the pre-AI, because it's all, Google was basically what AI does now. So I don't want this to be that broad, because I think it really limits teachers to what they've already been doing in the classroom, and I don't particularly want to do that. So I think we need to revisit what we were talking about.
Okay, but my question about whether there was an objection to clear communication about what we did last week.
Oh, yeah, no, I don't have a problem with that, sorry.
And I would argue that to the other piece with the elementary, Ms. Dupree-Bruno, could you reread the language that we discussed earlier today on AI? I think, was it on page 113?
So the language is, and I've changed it to 5th grade now, for students in grades pre-K to 5th grade, access to standalone generative AI applications, AI chatbots, and similar conversations with AI systems shall be restricted.
And I wouldn't say that we should communicate that out right now because that we haven't voted on this policy, but I do think we need to do a better job of communicating what we did last week, because there are plenty of people, I mean, my husband was at a meet and greet for the principal at his school, and they weren't clear about what that looked like last week. So, I think I would really like some clear communication on what we did last week. I also support the language that we gained consensus on earlier today. Ms. Bowman?
Can you explain what the application piece is? Like doing the pictures on AI, would that fall under what the wording that you just said?
That is generative AI, no?
Right.
Totally generative. I don't know if it falls under the policy.
Part of generative.
So it would be based on the definition. So let me go to the definition section of the policy.
So I think, Ms. Leonardi, I think the reason why we haven't really done clear communication is because we were waiting for this meeting and the other meeting, which is the Powered by AI, to really define what the board's expectations for this, because, I mean, we could hear, I think there's different versions or iterations of what we believe or want, desired, and we'll do whatever the board wants us to be able to do. But we need to be able to be clear in terms of what that is and walk away with clear guidelines on what it is that we want teachers to do, what students are to do or not to do, so that we can clearly communicate that to our stakeholders.
So I'll just say, I agree with the chatbot part of it, but I don't agree with just blanket saying no AI.
But that's not what it says. It's very specific about the kinds of AI that are identified there.
It would be generative large language models, the regular chatbot that we think about. We can clarify this in there, but that's really what this is.
So I guess I don't know what generative, thank you, application means. So to me, it sounds very broad. So anyway, I guess it needs to have clarification because that's where I'm getting tripped up right now. Thank you.
Ms. Bowman?
I agree with this. I think we need to get ahead of the conversation because then the rumors start going and people start complaining and people start having their side stories and it all goes sideways. So time is of the essence with this. So I think, can we see a I don't know how that happens. We're not necessarily voting on it, but can we have at least a draft of what, I'd like to see the final draft of what we voted on last week because it was done orally and then we haven't seen it written. And then less is more with this. I think we need to be very concise and just some bullet points of what we've decided to do so that parents understand the steps that we're taking and that we can control the narrative.
I would probably even go a little bit further because the AI is evolving so rapidly. I almost feel as if we need a matrix of what generative AI can and cannot do explicitly because teachers are going to use it for different reasons and different purposes. And so if the desire is for it not to be used for students in K through 5, but I'm hearing that it sounds like it can or should, then I think we need to formalize what it looks like in practice and list that out and then bring it back to the board and say, here are some examples of how teachers could use it so that I think we're clear and give guidance, because I think if we just blanketly say what we're saying to teachers, it's going to leave it open for misinterpretation.
But are we talking about what teachers can do or what the kids are doing? Because I think what the parents are worried about what the kids are actually doing.
But it's what the teachers are having the kids do.
Right. So.
Yeah.
So
If I may,
Yeah. So I think that's the policy that we are setting right now is what the kids are actually
correct.
doing themselves.
Correct. And also, this is what we're going to have to go back as a team and review. Last year, Martin Luther King Elementary School, they have an AI component for a specific program that students are coming to that school for. This is what we saw last year. I think it was the first day of school. Also, we have 3 schools. One of them is the elementary, in a Deerfield Beach Elementary School that has artificial intelligence in media program this school year too. So some of these decisions are going to impact those programs. I know Martin Luther King, their program has been going on for a whole entire year. So we need to research and see what the parameters are. Some of it is generative AI that we witnessed ourselves at on Martin Luther King, and I certainly don't want to go backwards for students that are leveraging those opportunities for other things. So we just need to go back as a team, make sure we're not causing a huge barrier for certain schools that have already rolled something out, and for schools that are rolling something out for this upcoming school year, but also put the guardrails around what the board is asking for as far as how our students, especially elementary school age students, are interacting and not doing them any harm with that type of interaction, but whatever those guardrails look like. So I think it's more to this conversation for the team and I, and also the general counsel's office, because we do have, I think, 2, that'd be a total of 2 elementary schools with specific programs around artificial intelligence.
Whether those are created as exceptions to the rule?
Right. So I would say, I mean, obviously, this is, we're setting a baseline, and then there's always the ability to have carve-outs, opt-ins, things of that nature, as long as people are advised and they're consenting to it. And it's going to evolve.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, but, you know, so that's getting into the weeds. I mean, that's complicated and whatever, but I think that for just in general, what we're doing to protect the students needs to be
Agreed.
communicated to the parents, because we're hearing all kinds of stuff that's just not true. I mean, this is the same with various topics. It's like, if we can get ahead of the narrative and tell them what's actually happening, then, you know, we don't have this kind of going around in the public realm of, you know, misinformation. But very simple. I don't think it has to be a really complicated treatise on what we're doing. I think just like basic steps, so people have a basic understanding. If they want more information, we're happy to provide it. We can reference the website or whatever, where we have the matrix and they can seek further information. But
So I think to Ms. Bowman's point, and even to your point, Dr. Cohn, things are evolving very quickly. And the more we delay getting communication out there, the more it allows a narrative to be created and misinformation to spread. So we did 3 things last week that were very clear that actually came up in principal meet and greets last week. So a parent asked, will there be iPads in first grade? And the question was not able to be answered. That is why I think it is very important that we need to have clear communication as the board acts. If we continue to wait and wait and wait, I'm not saying that we communicate on a policy that we haven't voted on, but we took very clear action last week. And I think it addressed some of the concerns that are coming to us. And a second piece of this is the level of credibility that we have as communicators. Because earlier today, we were told, well, we're not using generative AI in elementary school, but now it turns out that we are in some schools. You know, I was told last week that we're not using iPads in VPK. Well, I've walked through VPK classrooms where there were kids on iPads. So number one, like, we have to build trust with our community. And number 2, we need to do that by communicating honestly and clearly. And I think right now there is a gap in that. So that is why I think it is important that as the board makes these decisions, these things are communicated out. Is there any objection to that? Thank you. Ms. Bowman?
can we have a deadline? I mean, we need to have this out this week. School starts on Monday.
Yep,
When
we
is
can
it
get it out
going
this week.
out? Because it needs to happen like last week.
Yeah, we can get it out this week. Not an issue.
Okay.
On
Dr.
that topic,
Zeman?
Thanks so much, Chair. Absolutely, on the clear communication. And I think that the community should expect for that communication to be iterative over time. We're going to communicate now what we did, I hope, which is your direction and our concurrence. But there will be further modifications, and the public, I think, in general, is aware of the evolving nature of AI, and very likely the evolving nature of how we govern AI, whether it's by State Board of Education mandate, legal mandate through the legislature, and others. I want to warn the staff about bringing us lists of things. We are not structured to make those kinds of decisions. That is not our job. It is the superintendent's job to take the direction that we gave him last week and to implement it operationally. It is not the purview of this board to look at whole lists of what's generative in and what's generative out. I trust the superintendent to bring us decisions if he needs to in one-on-ones, but other than that, that is his purview to decide kind of what is. We also, just to bookend what we've done, Chair, last week we made very clear 3 decisions. I thought it was very good discussions. We made, I thought, a very mature decision. Today, we also said that a great use of AI is to enhance the human experience between teachers and their students. And there may be some push and pull about kind of what those 2 things do. I think that will land us in a very nice place. Last point, you asked Ms. Hickson about generative AI and Google expansions into AI and all that stuff. It's really making what's already very blurry to a lot of people worse, like much harder to understand what is AI and what isn't. Yes, AI is baked into virtually every software tool that you have anymore. If it isn't baked in, AI wrote the code anyway. And so we're in a whole new world where it's very difficult to untangle AI from things that were created by humans. But we can do this, and we must do this. And we must come up with some good parameters that safeguard our students, but also allow for the greatest learning experience we have. And I think we're going to have to over-communicate now, and I don't want lists of things Dr. Hepburn brought to this board for us to say in, out, in, out. That's just not where we are legally empowered to go, and it's just not the way that we're structured. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Alhadeff, then Ms. Hickson, then Mr. Severa.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Ms. Thompson for bringing to this board's attention the Students First Act. My first question, Dr. Hepburn, is in our policy, everything in the Students First Act, this federal law, is it encompassed in the policy today?
Mr. Preborn?
Yeah, so pretty much all federal law is encompassed in the policy. It's considered in the policy. I would have to review that Student First Act to be able to completely review and vet to ensure. I don't have that yet and haven't had a chance to do that, but all of the other federal laws relating to student data privacy, et cetera, is encompassed in our policies.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that, and I will push back to say that the Students First Act provisions are not in this policy. I don't think we cross-referenced it. It clearly has very insightful, very specific standards for AI, which I do not see in our policy. It speaks to
It's just a proposed law, it has not passed, it's not a federal law.
we didn't pass it.
Point. Yeah, and we were still on my point about the communication that I haven't gone to round 2 yet. So this is separate from the point that I brought up.
Okay.
That's why I thought you wanted to speak to the communication piece.
No. Okay. Communicate.
Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. I agree that we need to communicate, because I'll just tell you, as a teacher for a very long time, it may get to principals, it may get to APs, it may get to other people, but sometimes it doesn't trickle to the teachers. So I want to also say that as you communicate it, I wouldn't just communicate it to the principals, because what will happen is we'll walk into a classroom and a teacher is just not going to know or understand. But I would also like to ask if before you send that out, that the board could see what's going out, because sometimes what we thought we said and what you all put into the communication doesn't always jive. So I don't know, like, if it makes sense to send it to all of us or just the chair, or how that looks. But I think that it would be really important for us to see it before it goes out, to make sure it says what it is we want it to say. But it should be very concise and not overly not too wordy because they're not going to read it, and then they're not going to follow it because they haven't read it. But I think it's important to understand that it can't just go to leadership. Whatever it is that you put out has to go directly to the teachers as well. Thank you.
If I may, Ms. Hickson, so I know it's been, because we're trying to get something out probably tomorrow, because we have the information, right? And the comms team can put together, make it look pretty for teachers and parents to understand. So I would prefer, because I know it's going to be difficult to get to all of you guys to see that before it goes, if I guess I can give it to the chair for a review tomorrow or even later today, or if there's something that the board, with consensus, want us to absolutely make sure what information other than the what was voted on last week is in there. Other than what was voted on last week is in there. Because we're going to put it in parent-friendly and teacher-friendly language to make sure that it's easily understood. I think we have a link to a website as well for additional information.
At the very least, send it to us at the same time. I would be fine if the chair looked it over first to just make sure it encompassed all of the pieces that she's gathered that we all have talked about, and then just make sure you send it, because they're going to email us.
Yep.
If we don't know what it said, it makes it really difficult. Thank you.
Ms. Pullman?
I would say just add a disclaimer that this is an ever-evolving landscape and that, you know, we're continuing to monitor the situation, but not really in that language. But, you know, like we're taking the steps that we think are important right now, but we will continue to be working on this as we're moving forward and AI continues to develop.
Mr. Severa?
So obviously very pro communication. I think we need to do whatever we can to get our messaging out. Instantly, just not on this stuff, but on everything we do collectively as a board. I think from social media to email blast to text message blasting, if that's what it's called when you said mass text messaging. I think we have to do a better job of advising the community as to the decisions that we make. So I'm certainly all for this. As far as having the chair review things before they go out, I don't know that I would necessarily be opposed to that. I would just hope that wouldn't add days of delay. I hope that we can get that turned around timely, which I have all the faith in the world that we can on that. So overall, 100% in favor with more communication as we go in. And incidentally, on the topic, Dr. Hepburn, what is our primary method of communicating board decisions, especially like the screen time decision that was made at the last meeting, to the community? Is it social media? Do we put something on the website that you have to click through like 9 things before you can finally see what it is? What is our primary means of communication with the community?
It varies based on the targeted audience. For parents, we send parent links, which goes directly to the targeted audience: text, email, phone call. If it's for a broader audience, social media, and also directing people to our website.
Okay,
social media.
Fantastic. And
but the board may not see certain things because we are sending it. When we use parent link, it is going straight to the parent. So unless you have a child in the school, you may not, like Dr. Zeman and Dr. Holness, Ms. Bowman, some other folks will see that because they have kids in the school. But if you don't receive that, it's because we send it straight to the targeted audience, which was the parent. Right, and so we can bypass all, because all parents may not be monitoring our social media. All parents may not be watching the news. All parents may not go to our website unless they actually need to go to our website for something. So, but the parent links directly go straight to the parent.
good to know, and that includes those robocalls too, right?
Yep, it includes robocalls, emails, text messages.
And we love the robocalls. Okay, good. That's encouraging. I'm all for this. And again, as far as having the chair, sort of, I guess, for lack of better terms, double check what goes on. I'm in favor as long as obviously that's not going to create any kind of continued delay. Thank you.
I would just say, like, I think we need to be careful about our role. So I think my directive was to communicate. I don't think it's my role to like double check or review something that's going out. I don't think it's the board's role either. That's like an operational thing. Like I'm happy to do it, but I do want to be cognizant of what the board's role is, which is like setting the policy. And I think Dr. Zeman spoke to this earlier today, and like not micromanaging the staff. So I just want the communication to go out. However, the superintendent and staff best to see that that is their role. I do have a question about the items passed week and how the items that we passed last week and how they were incorporated, if so, in the policy, where they fit into the policy. Attorney Dupree-Bruno.
So the first one with regards to pre-K through fifth grade and the chatbots, that's going to be in 7540.08 artificial intelligence, and we'll send the board the revised. And then the other one was an acceptable use with regards to the screen time. And I have to find that policy, and I can advise the chair and the board.
I would just generally like to understand, were those items or will they be incorporated into the policy, and is that even appropriate? I know we have something about like real-time threat detection and things like that in the policy. So I guess the one I'm wondering about is the one-to-one screen time.
Yes, that is in the
Policy 7540.03, I don't have.
Thank you.
And then in that vein, do we need to define threat detection further, or is it for the purposes of the policy, does that need to be more on the vague side?
So I'll have to take a look at the language, and then I can advise. Going back to your original question, so thank you, Mindy, for that. 7540.03, there is language that has been added that specifically states the district shall include the maximum restrictions allowed by law on student device use. For students in pre-K through grade 1, screen time shall be limited to state testing requirements and documented accommodations for students with disabilities or other special needs.
Thank you. I think that it's important for us to review this policy on an annual basis, given the changing nature of the technology. I'm wondering, do we need to add something in the policy to codify that, like that we will be in a review cycle? Or does that belong in policy, or is that more of just a standard practice that we should initiate?
If the board wants to have an annual review, we can put that in the policy. I do think the training is annually. Let me look at the language.
Is there an objection to having the board review this policy annually?
No,
Ms.
and it's
Thompson?
also in the recommended DOE rules, so we have to do it anyway.
At least annually. Okay. Do you have your direction on that, Attorney?
Yes.
Okay. Did we include anything about the AI Student Council in the policy, and does that belong in the policy?
Dr. Cohn or Mr. Castaneda, if you have the answer faster than I do, please chime in.
I don't see, I didn't see it, so that's why I'm asking. I would just say the board gave consensus about creating an AI student council. I think that should be in policy to codify student voice in this. Is there an objection to including that in the policy from my colleagues? Dr. Zeman?
The chair, if general counsel wants to talk about that, if we're going to put student activity groups into policies, great, we can do that. We have a bunch of them. I just don't know if it fits into our policy or if it's something that we would handle otherwise, General Counsel.
So that's one that I would like to talk to the team about. We have some other policies that will be dealing with the advisory committees, task force, and other things of that nature, so maybe it belongs there. But however, let me talk to the team and refresh my recollection with regards to that language. Dr. Cohn, do you remember?
Yeah, so initially I think we were going to put it in a process and not necessarily in policy. And so we do have the document, the rules of engagement for the student panel to form. We're fine whichever the direction, but we thought it was more appropriate in the process guidelines as opposed to the policy.
If it's not appropriate, Chair, I would want something in there that talks about the student voice, regardless of the actual technique that is used. It's really important as a policy that we say that we must get the student's voice related to AI. We'll be lost without it, to be honest with you.
Okay. Does this policy speak to the use of like facial recognition, emotion detection, and biometric identification?
I think specifically in the AI policy, it does not, it discusses the generation of images, but it doesn't discuss biometric detection. That likely would end up in another policy, though, not in AI, unless you want to provide some context as to.
So do I guess any of the policies before us, the acceptable use, the safety, and all privacy and security, do any of those policies speak to the software being able to use biometric identification, the emotion detection? Does it speak to any of that? Facial recognition?
I don't believe it speaks to facial recognition. There is some limited language with regards to
On page 131, it says that we will not collect, obtain, or retain biometric information.
Okay. I would be interested to see if there is language that we can include around facial recognition and emotion detection that the software is able to use. Yes, Mr. Bass?
I'll have to look it up, but I believe it limits on what facial images we can collect in a school system, but those type things will be addressed later on in the operations policies.
Okay. Okay, got it. Thank you.
And safety and security.
Thank you. I am increasingly concerned about the use of AI companions among our students. This is something that students spoke to in roundtables that I hosted. And I'm wondering, like, I know we don't have any authority over what students do at home, but what we give them access to in school, obviously, I think we can all agree that there should not be any kind of companionship component to what we're giving them access in school. And so I'm wondering if there is a place to include anything around AI companionship in the policy and the tools that we give students access to. Mr. Castaneda?
If I may address that, Mr. Superintendent, that is what is meant, and maybe we need to more clearly define it, by real-time moderation. Because one aspect, real-time threat detection, is detecting threats, self-harm, harm to others. Moderation is a layer monitoring the conversation between the AI and the student, not just looking at what the student says, but what the AI says. And if the AI steers the conversation toward that connection or continues to engage, it steers it away. That's what moderation does, and it's very difficult to apply. But the tool, we insist upon that for any tool that we put in front of our students, precisely because of that risk of a student creating an attachment, an anthropomorphizing AI.
So, yeah, I mean, the more that I'm thinking about this and based on your response, I do think we need clearer language around like emotional support, companionship, and the tools that we give students access to. For me, that is an absolute red line. That if we do give middle school and high school students access to a chatbot, that there cannot be any kind of emotional mental health conversations happening. I'm sure there's more articulate language for that. I guess I'm wondering if there's any objection to including language around that from my colleagues.
No.
The only challenge, Chair, I think, is that there's kind of a growing use of counseling that's available. I can think of teenagers who have gotten great value out of using AI counseling because it's available all the time. And there's this really difficult thing to define. Sometimes people get online and they start talking. All of a sudden, they end up in an AI chat room, and they're getting useful information about things. So it's, I think the companion part of it is very. There's a lot of fear around that, and there should be. But there's also this, again, this really difficult definition of kind of what is a companion versus what is, some, mental health tools that have proven to be valuable because they're available 24/7. So it's just a fine line. I think that the companion, in our policy, what would we say about companions? That they
We would have a
not to be
prohibition on AI companions and the tools that we give students access to, that we would have guardrails in place for any tool that we give students access to around emotional support and companionship. Again, I'm not speaking to what the students will do outside of the tools that we give them access to. Like I'm very much aware that I know adults that go to ChatGPT and have conversations, like mental health conversations. I just do not think that should happen with Broward County Public Schools resources, that if a student has mental health needs, that they are addressed by a human being, not by any piece of technology in our schools.
So our policy would be our devices, our school days, no companion, AI companions.
Yes.
I love it. Thank you.
Ms. Hickson, then Ms. Thompson.
Thank you. I don't necessarily disagree, just have a question. Do any of our mental health resources that we use now fall in line with what Mrs. Leonardi is talking about? So I guess that would be to Ms. Hollingsworth.
Go ahead, Ms. Hollingsworth.
Good morning. I think Simone Hollingsworth, Student Services. We don't engage with anything that would allow for that, in regards to a companion option or mental health services through an AI agent or option.
Perfect. Thank you. Just wanted to clarify.
Ms. Thompson?
I just want to be on the record that I'm strongly opposed to any use of AI in mental health. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bowman?
I agree.
Thank you. And to that point, so kind of in a different direction, but in that same vein, I have a question that I think I asked back in June about who is responsible or liable for inappropriate exchange of content between a student and generative AI. So for example, if I am a student and I'm chatting with Copilot 13+, and I say, I want to hurt myself, please don't tell anyone. And the Copilot 13+ responds, don't worry, like you should seek help, but don't worry, I won't tell anyone. If that chatbot was a teacher and a teacher responded in that way, there would be severe consequences. So if we are giving students access to a chatbot that has that exchange, who is held accountable for that? Who is held liable for that? And do we need to include something in our policy that speaks to that kind of situation?
I'm not a legal expert, so I'm going to lean on our legal team for liability and that type of risk. Yes, if it was a teacher, there would be some concerns there that we would have to address. I know contracts are structured in a way where sometimes there's shared liability, sometimes the liability tilts more to the vendor than the district. But I'll let Ms. Bruno and her team.
Well, I just want to be clear, it's not just concerns. Like if a teacher knows that a child is expressing thoughts of self-harm and they don't tell anyone about it, like
we would address that.
Yeah.
Correct.
There are like serious legal concerns to that.
So I would like to research the particular AI tools that, for example, I know Magic Schools. Let me just look into that a little bit more, because there are liability concerns both for the school district but as well as for the provider, and we all know what has happened with ChatGPT and some others, and they've taken some steps to protect students or young people, if you will, with certain keywords. When that comes up, it kind of shuts down. It doesn't continue the conversation. So let me do a little bit more research in terms of the tools that we're thinking about so I can better answer that question for you.
Okay. That remains like a very extreme concern for me. So I would really like to see something, around that in the policy moving forward.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, may I ask one question to Mr. Castaneda? If he can answer, he may need some additional time to answer it as well. If there is some keywords that are being entered, even if it's with the chat bot or just doing Google research, but we're capturing those keywords, wouldn't that trigger line-wise as well?
Yes, it would. And I'd like to address, because one of the reasons that we decided to set a higher bar for student-facing tools like Magic Student is we're ensuring a higher level of detection. That's why I keep mentioning real-time threat detection and real-time moderation. And in those cases, it's not just a keyword check, but it's also a detection of the context. Now, Chair Leonardi brought up Copilot 13 Plus, and Copilot 13 Plus is not authorized for general student use. It has not passed the protocols for a general distribution of a student-facing tool. It is used only in the AI academies as part of the instruction that those students receive to receive their Microsoft Azure AI certification. And that's the only exception that has been made as far as student-facing tools.
Since we brought up the threat detection, when can we expect that to be implemented?
So so the threat detection will be implemented at the beginning of the school year. So we've already had conversations with safety and IT in terms of the protocol. We're also sharing that at the next board workshop in terms of those escalation procedures. And right now we're actually identifying the flag words as well as the phrases that typically will be generated. So we're also taking a look at other districts who already done some flagging and phrasing, so just to take a look at it. But the protocols are already in place. We've already had the conversations with Chief Gregory, and we have a subsequent meeting this week to kind of iron out all the final details of that.
So we can be assured that by August 10th, there will be real-time threat detection on any school-issued device and any kind of software that we are giving students access to.
Yes.
Okay. We passed an item back in April to give parents access to screen time, like the screen time their kids are on devices, on school-issued devices. When can we expect that to be implemented?
Our hopes is probably in the next couple of weeks. I know the ISD team and myself and some of their team members, we're trying to iron out what's the best way of displaying that information and the updates, because just for the sheer volume, to make sure it's not static and it's real time as much as possible. But we've kind of isolated the capabilities. It's just about how do we display the information for the parents and for the students. So more to come on that. And we may have to, we've discussing to broaden out the capabilities, that we may have to come back to the board and ask for some additional funding to make sure the capabilities are what we want to get the right information out to the parents. But it's getting there.
The conversation that came up around like AI, like using AI to plagiarize, I think Ms. Thompson said there needs to be very clear expectations about how AI is used in our schools. I know Miami-Dade County Public Schools has like a scale that, you know, teachers can refer to. You know, this assignment, you don't use any AI at all the way to the top where you're using AI to create something. I think so that everyone can be on the same page about what the expectations are for any given assignment, that would be very important. Do we have a plan to implement something like that at all? Like, how are we communicating clear expectations for teachers and students about AI use?
So yes, we do have a plan. We did see that rubric that you're referring to, and it's also part of the training for teachers who opt into Magic Student, but we're also going to share that out with all teachers who are planning on using any vetted AI tool. So that actually we're sharing with some of our AI task force members to provide some feedback to it.
Okay. And to that point, I cannot emphasize enough the need for substantial training. I know that it's referenced in the policy, but you know, in my conversations with students, I had students talk about, they always mentioned like one or two teachers that they had that had like a really good understanding of how to use AI in their classroom and to teach kids how to use it for themselves. And in those classes, like kids are not cheating at the level that they might be in other classes where it's completely banned. And I think that has a lot to do with, you know, the training that those teachers chose to do and the interest that they have in this topic. So to the extent that we can really codify solid training, not just like a Canvas course like we have for the, you know, the AED training and all of that, where you just have to click through and pass a 20-question quiz. I would really love to see some substantial training that can be, you know, helpful for our teachers and students, which brings me to, I think, like the overall question that I have is, do we have, or is there a plan to implement a governance structure like standard operating procedures, which I know is not the purview of the board to review standard operating procedures and to create them. But I do think what I hear a lot from parents, and a lot of my questions stem from like, what is the roadmap or the structure in which we're doing all of this? What's the plan? Everywhere from like, you know, where it starts with procurement, what is the purpose of it? What tools are we giving teachers access to? What tools are we giving students access to? What are the guardrails around that? What is the timeline for different phased-in training? I know New York City Public Schools has a pretty substantial roadmap. So I guess, do we have that kind of expansive plan in place and SOPs in place?
For AI use?
Mm-hmm.
No, we don't. Not that expansive right now. Our plan covers academic and instructional classroom aspects. But it's a great question, because that's what the team and I have been discussing in cabinet. And it's more about building the capacity and expanding, you know, efficiencies across the system with AI use, especially with our co-pilot adoption.
So I think like a lot of the concern could be addressed by having a governance structure like that, and that is public facing, so that people can see like, okay, so these are the standards for what tool is procured. And even like the question I get a lot is, what tools in Magic School are they going to be given use to? Do we have a plan for that about Magic School being rolled out? Like, what does that look like?
Go ahead. I'll let Dr. Cohn elaborate on that one.
Yeah, so there's a plan for what that looks like, and that also will be included in on the website. We did review that plan with parents during the forum, and we are using parents to kind of vet that process as well to get some of their feedback before formally rolling that plan out. So we did talk to parents about that implementation plan. That one, it's available for teachers during pre-planning week to opt into it. Two, if teachers who've used Magic School for a year and they want to have access to Magic Student, there's an opt-in portion, and we have some guidelines around there. The training has been developed for those teachers, and then what that looks like in implementation as well. And so all of that is kind of built out, and so absolutely we can kind of share that with the board members.
Okay, and is all of that on the browardschools.ai?
Yes, that will be included when it goes live this week.
Okay. So that it'll include like these are the different tools that we are giving people access to.
The vetted tools.
This is the timeline for rollout. This is when students will have access to these tools. All of that.
Right.
Okay.
Yep. And we only have a very few small tools that are AI. Most of our tools, all of the tools that we have, are instructional materials that have AI are turned off currently. Even our adopted materials, they also have AI embedded in them. They're turned off. So we're doing a slow rollout of specific vetted tools to make sure, to Dr. Hepburn's point, we're vetting it, we're building capacity with our AI liaisons to make sure that it's launched very carefully, very deliberately, and we're getting feedback along the way. So we don't want to do full launch of multiple AI systems or tools at the secondary level, only as it applies to maybe credentialing, acceleration, or for core courses that teachers have the ability to want to engage in this work.
Okay. And I guess my question to the general counsel would be, if the board were to give direction that we want like an expansive governance structure or SOPs, would it be appropriate to include that general directive in the policy, or should that be separate from the policy? That like the superintendent shall maintain a governance structure that outlines like procurement standards and acceptable use standards and things like that. Would that be appropriate in the policy or outside of the policy?
We can definitely add a line that specifically says that the superintendent shall develop standard operating procedures or guidelines to effectuate this policy.
Okay. Is there any objection from the board on that? Okay. Do you have your direction in that?
Yes.
Okay. That's it for me for round one. Ms. Rupert?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to, emphasize what Jeff was saying, Dr. Holness, about the homeless children, as well as, and I don't know if they give you a figure, but the last time I asked, they said it was around 5,000, and also to emphasize the need for mental health in those particular areas as well. I know our group does a great job with that. So perhaps moving forward, we could have a workshop about our at-risk kids. What areas are we talking about, and how are we helping them in best practices, and what do we need to do to be able to meet not only our obligation from the state, but our moral obligation. So I agree with that. Honestly, we need clear communications. I think my colleagues did a terrific job of asking the questions about AI. And the only other thing I wanted to say was the clear communications has to get better, because I know the board gave a directive about having art and music to return to all elementary schools. And yet I'm hearing from teachers and PTA parents that are back helping the teachers move in and finding out that they're not having art or music at their schools. when they've had them before. So I don't know, Madam Chair, if maybe the superintendent can say what kind of communications went out on that and what obligation can the principal sign off and say yes, and this is what I'm doing. Because for me, having our students take double science instead of art and music doesn't cut it for me. Yeah, we're doing our students a disservice because they are not getting their basic music and art. And we have terrific programs in Coconut Creek with our middle school's music, and one of our schools had steel drum bands, which are now sitting and not being used. So I really wanted to hear from the superintendent on that particular communication. Was it sent out, and was there a clear ownership from the principal that the directive was to do this and this, and yet I'm not going to be doing it?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Ms. Rupert.
No, I was actually just going to say, Madam Chair, if you want to ask the superintendent.
Yeah, I mean, so right now we're still workshopping the policies. So I don't know, this is, I mean, we'll have some time at the end of the workshop or after the special where we can, bring up general items. So I don't know if you had any comments on the policies, and then I think we can discuss this further at the end of, at the general discussion portion of the meeting.
Sure. I only brought it up because you say clear communication, so it was a tangency that I just went for. No, mine are further along in the meeting, so thank you. I appreciate you.
Round two, Mrs. Alhadeff.
Thank you. So in my time, I put into AI to compare our policy with the Student First document, Student First Act. And so I sent it to Ms. Dupree, Bruno, and Dr. Hepburn, and there is, I think, some opportunities that we can strengthen our policy. One of the things I thought was interesting was they are looking to use AI from 9th through 12th grade, starting in 9th grade. So I think that's something that we have to seriously reflect on when we are going to give access to the AI. So that's that, but there is some improvements, things that we can be stronger in. And one of the key takeaways was due process rights for students, appeals and investigations, parent involvement, transparency in classroom use, detailed academic integrity procedures, and student choice and opt-out protections. Then in Dr. Holness's point, I wanted to, bring up the opportunity that we should be providing our homeless students with hotspots for their laptop computers so that they can access and have the same abilities as other students that have Wi-Fi. And I think, Dr. Hepburn, we can work with our community partners like T-Mobile, Verizon, AT&T to have these hotspots donated for our homeless students. Thank you.
Dr. Hepburn?
I wasn't sure it's a question. She was making a statement. Yes, we'll do a team of research. We have a lot of information from all of those wireless entities, so we can bring back. There is a cost. Nothing's free. We've already had that discussion with them. There are free options for parents, but they have to fill out the information to actually get it for free. We can't because we're not the parent, and we can pass along the information to the kids. But we do, Ms. Rupert had a great point of probably having a workshop, because we do have a robust program to support our homeless students and tons of partners that partner with us to make sure we're supporting them. They get a lot of services, a lot of resources as well. So a workshop to kind of clarify the understanding of the partnerships that we have and how Broward County Schools supports the homeless students is definitely warranted. So I made a note of that, but we'll have the ISD team see if there's any changes with any of the wireless entities that we work with. The last time, most of them were low-cost options. There are some free options, but the parents have to fill out the information, and we can certainly get that to the impacted students to make sure their parents, and also our partners. Partners work very well with the parents to make sure they follow through. We can work with the partners to make sure they get the information too.
Yeah, and I think that if we can sit down with our parents and help them facilitate to fill out the application would be very helpful with them being able to submit it to get the free hotspot. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hickson.
Thank you. Just a couple of quick things. So first, I just want to remind all of us on the board that we actually have an AI Academy at Nova. I believe it's middle and high school, if I'm not mistaken. Right. So I don't think it makes sense to write a policy that then takes away a program that has been in existence for at least the last year, and students are doing very well in that. Also, on that realm, there are schools. One big one is the Alpha School that's actually out there. People pay $50,000 a year.
60,000
to have. Well, when we were, they must have upped it when we were on the Zoom call that they had. And there's one in Miami. They're all over the country, actually. This is the wave of the future. So we just need to put into context some of it, that not everybody is against having AI in their schools. So as we said with screen time, we're trying to find a balance. So I don't think limiting it to just high school would do us justice, considering we have an AI Academy already in existence for our students. I do also agree with the student appeals, because I don't know how many people are familiar with this, but when tested, popular AI content detectors mistakenly flagged the United States Constitution as roughly 92 to nearly 98% AI generated.
Totally.
So when you put that, and Google used to have, I was a teacher a long time ago, Google, you'd put in there, I feel lucky, and it would pop up what they had copied and pasted off of Google. And we use that a lot to be able to do similar things. So when I say that AI has been around a long time, there are a lot of precursors to where we landed today. So I do think it's important for our students to have an appeal process where they can prove that they didn't necessarily get it all off of AI, even if it flags that for them. And again, just, I think, not to make judgment, but our public comments are empty today. We're working on a huge AI model. I didn't get any emails about it. There's no one here to tell us what their thoughts are on it. And so I think, it's important that we balance what we believe the public wants and what our teachers as professionals know is necessary to teach our students in terms of skills to be successful when they leave us. So I think it's important to find that balance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. I just had a quick comment on Dr. Holness's proposal about the homeless youth. I think we need to be extremely careful writing in policy about what dictates services, because every child is different. Also, through our HEART program, teachers don't necessarily know which of their students is homeless. So then you are outing a child that probably doesn't want them to know. We also have amazing social workers and school counselors that help people fill out the forms, that are making sure they get the services appropriate. So I think the language in the policy is broad enough that it encompasses and enshrines their right to those services without defining any individual need. I don't know if Dr. Hollingsworth, I forgot, wants to add anything about our HEART program, but I think it's really important to know that these services are already in our school, and it's incredibly important that we don't out students that are struggling with this to anyone other than the people that absolutely need to know. And I think that would kind of conflict with like teacher options, because you would have to then tell the teacher that this was happening.
So thank you, Ms. Thompson. Well said. Our HEART program does connect our families with both school as well as community resources. And as Ms. Thompson also mentioned, with the school social workers, school counselors, to make sure that students and families are getting what they need and helping them navigate that work while keeping the confidentiality in place, because we know that that is certainly something that not every family is comfortable with, and we want to obviously honor that.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zeman.
Thank you so much. Handful of things to take care of here. On the definition section, we say, Ms. Dupree Bruno, that a rule and a policy should have the same definition. I've always thought about them as different things in the sense of that the Board of Education passes officially rules and the school board has policies. What does it mean when we say, as used in this document, rule and policy have the same definition?
So a policy passed by the school board is considered a rule. So we have to be very careful, because sometimes we use policy as the vernacular term of a policy in terms of a thought, an idea, a position that we're taking. Sure. In this sense, through the Administrative Procedures Act, a policy is actually a rule. It is part of the rulemaking process, and we do use it interchangeably.
This is a crazy idea, Chair, but we're about to blow up 1,700 pages of Broward County School Board policies. And we're going to create this beautiful, well-integrated, consistent, thoughtful, warranted set of new documents. Do we want to start calling them rules instead of policies so that we kind of sunset the previous policies and adopt new rules? If they're rules, to me, that sounds like something you got to follow. A policy sounds like Dr. Holness has an idea. He and I, talk about ideas all the time here, right? Everyone on this board does. That's kind of the vernacular for policies, right? Like, oh, what policy do you follow for homeless people? Well, our policy is this, but it's not generally used in the public as something you must do. But we fire people that don't follow our policies. Is it time to start calling them rules because that's what they are legally?
That is what they are. They're rules.
Great.
This board is passing rules that have
Chair,
to
I don't want to do anything about that now, but I'd love to bring that back and think a little bit about it, because it may be that that would be a great way to announce this new shift, because they are rules. But our use of the word policy makes it sound like, there are policies that people have that don't usually have the connotation of you must do them. They're just kind of general guidelines in some sense. So I'll leave that for another day. But I'll tell you right now, though, that I want to be very, very clear with people. And these sound like rules to me. I'd love our employees to know them as rules. I'd love board members to know them as rules, staff to know them as rules, the whole thing. So we can tee that up for another time. Underneath that, there's also this odd thing on page 8 where we say shall is something you're required to do, and then we have a parenthetical. It says will and must also, it doesn't use the word also. Will and must signifies required. Is will, must, and shall then all the same thing?
Yes.
I'm glad I'm not a lawyer sometimes there, Ms. Dupree Bruno. That's awfully complicated. On page 9, we list a whole bunch of wireless communication devices. Out of respect for our 32,000 ESE students, I'd love to add after the parenthetical that ends with pagers, the words ESE student support tools. Way too often we think about wireless communication tools as iPhones and, smartphones, laptops, tablets, iPads, and the whole thing, and we forget 32,000 students depend for their life sometimes on finding migraines, predicting epileptic fits, other things. So, Chair, without objection, could we add ESE student support tools as one of our wireless communication devices?
Is there any objection?
On a more significant note in terms of how we change things, every year we have an organizational meeting, and Ms. Hickson knows this and others know it a lot more than I do, Ms. Rupert, for a much longer time. We set a meeting schedule then for the next 12 months. And I keep seeing this problem come up every November that we don't have any fixed school board dates from beyond November. So we have a meeting, and we have to actually formally approve the next meeting, which is usually early December. I would like to fix that. I'd like to set aside on paragraph 2, we say the words include the schedule for regular meetings. And it doesn't really say for a year, but it doesn't not say a year. I would just like to add some language in there, Chair, that says that we also set provisional meetings for 60 days beyond the year, so that at least the staff can plan for dates. They're not formal dates until the next year comes together. But this is like a crazy kink in the system where we set a 1-year schedule, and then we have to wait until that day to set up a meeting a week or 2 later. So is there a way to fix that, Chair, in the language?
Is there any discussion? Any object, Ms. Hickson?
Mr. Bruna, is that something that state statute, I mean, you're saying not to, that we wouldn't vote on it, because it could be a new board, and that wouldn't be, like, the whole point is to wait till you have a complete board to be able to vote. And I think they already pre-plan those meetings without us taking, I think they do what you're asking already. Do we need to put that into, I mean, is it written the way it is because that's a state statute is my question.
It is written the way it is because it is a state statute. The board always has the opportunity to have special meetings if required, if that board would like to do it. The reason it's written like that is because exactly what you said, Ms. Hickson, there may be new board members, and that's why you create the new calendar. I think, Dr. Zeman, it's broad enough that you could include an additional 30 days if you want to have an additional meeting just to do that catch-all. I don't think it limits it the way that it's written now.
I'm with you, but I would like it in the policy that we do it on a provisional basis. They're not fixed. They can be changed by the next board, but it's really, it causes more of a kink in the system. You know, we have people that think they have a change order that's coming up, and it's going to happen on the first meeting in December, and then everyone says, yeah, if we have the meeting then. And so I don't feel like we operate a $5.5 billion a year organization with if maybe we have a meeting. I think we need to say, you know, we call them provisional, bless them again in November, and then start again with another 12 months plus two more months of provisional dates.
That's if the board directs, that's fine.
Any other objection?
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate it. Chair, if we wanted to shift FMLA from unpaid to paid, what would we have to do?
Dr. Hepburn?
Shift FMLA from unpaid to paid.
Yes, sir. If we decided that we were going to do right by our staff, and we were going to encourage people to, you know, form families and to have children and do great things, we would have like a very sane policy that actually pays people for 12 weeks after they form another human being. I'm always going to advocate for that, but what is the process for us to go from unpaid FMLA to paid FMLA?
Be a Dr. Lozano question, and he's not in the room. If you want to go to another subject, we can have him come down.
I'll just answer it myself. We make it part of our negotiations with collective bargaining agreements.
Rhetorical, huh?
Yes, sir. I just wanted my board to hear it, you know, because one of the things this board for the last 4 years hasn't done a lot of is gone into collective bargaining agreements with anything other than pay. But there's a whole bunch of stuff in our collective bargaining agreements, and some of it I really don't like because it's not good for students and it's not good for schools, and it's stuff we've had in there forever. And then when we discover it when we want to try to change something, and all of a sudden we realize something isn't there. In the collective bargaining agreement, we could introduce paid FMLA and anything else that we want at the same time that we negotiate salary. I look forward to doing some of those things in the next round that we do it. The last one I have, Chair, sorry, I'm missing a page here. On school visitors, it's a grammatical thing. It's on toward the end. I'm sorry that I misplaced my page. It's on page 153. Just like apologies don't have buts in the sentence, our first sentence and our second sentence are in contradiction to each other. It bothers me. School board welcomes and encourages visits, like we want people to come in. And then we say, but in order for we have to have invoked. I would just suggest we take the but out and say, for the educational program to continue undisturbed, it's necessary to invoke visitor controls. I just don't like saying one thing and then immediately saying, yeah, but we don't really mean that, because we're going to hold to these tight controls. I think it'd be better just to strike those 3 words, Chair, if there's no objection.
Is there any objection? All right.
That's all I have, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe, Ms. Bruno, you have some information.
I have the answer to your question. So with regards to the legislature and being limited to their particular geographical district, that is specifically from the statute. That's what the law actually says.
Okay, so then we cannot have a policy that would allow them to visit any school in Broward County?
You can. It would be an enlargement of what the statute actually requires and states.
Okay, but we do have the right to do that, correct?
There's nothing that stops you from doing that.
Okay, so the reason I'm asking for that, and it's not to be difficult, because I know that when they meet with us once a year, we provide our priorities that they advocate for in Tallahassee. And I don't know the varying reasons why a legislative member would visit our schools, but I would hate to limit their access to specific schools when they're really addressing the broader district. So I'd much rather that the language says a member of the legislative may visit any Broward County public school, period. So, Madam Chair, is there any objection to that?
Is there any objection to that? Dr. Zeman?
Just a quick grammatical thing. I wonder if you want to say Broward legislator could visit any Broward school. I don't
Yes.
necessarily, is that
Yes.
okay?
Yes,
Thank
that's
you,
fine.
Dr. Holmes.
Okay. Madam Chair?
That, Mr. Severa?
Madam General Counsel, I just want to make sure I understand. There's a statute on this, yes? Is our
Yes.
policy more restrictive than the statute?
No, our policy, as currently drafted, reflects specifically Florida Statute 1001.4205, and the language is exactly the same. It states a member of the legislature may visit any public school in the legislative district of the member.
Okay, and making the changes that Dr. Holness is suggesting here would not create a situation where we'd be running afoul of whatever statute that you're referring to, correct?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bowman? Oh, she's in. Anyone else for round 2?
Oh, Madam Chair, I'm not finished.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were done. My
No, that was
apologies.
just one
Okay,
area.
there you go.
I just thought maybe someone else had input on the same. Okay, all right, so I'll move on. Dr. Hepburn, I just wanted to find out if a student is suspected, let's say, of being homeless, but the parents or the student who may be unaccompanied youth did not fill out a questionnaire, but there's suspicion from the teacher, or what's the process to address that?
There is a specific process. I don't know each step in that process. Let me give Ms. Hollowworth a sec to. Go ahead, Ms. Hollowworth.
I'm sorry,
You heard the
Dr.
question?
Would you repeat that? I
The
apologize.
specific process, if a student or a parent is not identified, their student is homeless, but the school staff may have suspicion that they are, what's the process of supporting that student?
So anytime a student or a family comes to register a child, that's one of the questions on our registration form for the family to document that. And then we connect them with the HEART liaison as well as the school social worker and school counselor so we can, address those needs. If there's a concern with a student, regardless of when I was a teacher, if I had concerns, I would go to my school social worker or my school counselor to address a need, not necessarily call it out as a homeless situation, but just to make sure that the family. Sorry, I think I lost. Can you
No,
hear
we
me?
can hear
Okay,
you.
did.
We can
It
hear
sounded
you.
like it stopped.
No.
To connect with resources. Ms. Sotelo, would you like to say anything else in addition to that? But we don't necessarily call it out in regards to if they haven't identified themselves as being homeless.
Thank you. Good morning. Per McKinney-Vento, when a family states that they are homeless, we need to take their word. And then afterward, we address the information, how they're homeless, why, and what supports they need. There is a process per the statute that schools can at some point then appeal that, but that is an entire different process. Immediately, we have to enroll students, and we also have to take their word for that.
Okay, so can you remain there for a minute?
Yes.
How would you define an unaccompanied homeless youth?
That is a student that someone has taken them in, their parent perhaps kicked them out of the house, because that happens, or their parent is somewhere else, living somewhere else, they may be staying with a relative or even a friend.
Okay, so the question I had, and I heard your response, but the question I had is, if a parent did not fill out a questionnaire, they did not identify the student as homeless, or it could be an unaccompanied homeless youth, but the teacher or staff members suspect there is a problem without knowing what it is, what is the process that teacher or staff would be knowledgeable of to proceed with next step to determine if there's a homeless issue?
Okay, well, if a teacher feels that there are some concerns, I think heard Ms. Hollingsworth say that, they should be going to the school counselor and or the school social worker. Sometimes I know they may be leery to ask those questions because it's kind of a very touchy subject to be homeless, but I think it's a conversation they should have with the support staff at the school to get more information about the student.
Okay, I understand. So you said they should. So Dr. Hepburn, is there a formal process for staff or teachers if they suspect homelessness or that's not documented to follow, as opposed to sort of being a gray area as to what they should do?
Staff, if there's a formal process.
I'm not aware of a formal process about that, but again, going back to a teacher, our guidance with our school social workers, school counselors, is that when we're interfacing at the school as well as with our teachers at the school, with my school counselor, that was something we talked about constantly, was making sure we're identifying students that had a need regardless, because sometimes we don't know what it is, but as Ms. Sotelo mentioned, not necessarily calling that out because it has to come from the parent, but then really connecting where the student may be struggling, reaching out to the family to offer what services or supports, and then allowing that natural organic conversation to happen.
Understand. So, Ms. Hollingsworth, let me just ask this question then. I know there's obviously not a formal process, but can staff be aware on a yearly basis that if you have any concerns with any students, these are the steps that you can take?
We can certainly outline that to be more specific, just to then message that to our school social workers, school counselors, principals, to then, orient their staff to that. Absolutely.
Okay, so I have a couple more things. It mentioned that a questionnaire is given once per year, Ms. Bruno, in the policy. I believe that's what the policy says. The questionnaire is distributed once per year. I am thinking, and I could be wrong, is there a reason for once per year? Because I think we are enrolling students, right, throughout the year. So I believe it would probably be helpful to have the questionnaire distributed at least twice per year, maybe once per semester, because we have incoming students that come in at the end of the calendar year, at the beginning. So if we just do it in August, we have all of these kids coming in that we miss. So could we have this questionnaire in the policy? And if anyone objects, you can tell me, but I think we'll be able to capture more kids who are potentially homeless and provide accommodations as required.
So it actually happens, you're correct, it happens once a year, but it actually happens upon the kid registering for the school. So it's part of their registration process. So no matter what point in time that kid enters that school, they're going to actually answer or get that questionnaire about homelessness.
Okay, so it happens throughout the year.
Correct.
So why do we need this in here that it happens once per year?
To ensure it's happening, but that once a year is upon registering at that school.
Okay, so question. Can the policy then reflect what the superintendent just said, so we know for sure that this process is fluid, it goes throughout the year, in addition to being offered once per year?
Yes, we can include that.
Okay, so I have another question. Board Member Thompson mentioned an issue with concern about privacy as far as putting certain requirements in policy. So I have a question. Dr. Hepburn, are teachers knowledgeable and privy to students who are homeless and in their classrooms?
I think Ms. Hollingsworth and her team can answer that more specifically on their knowledge if a kid is actually homeless, because some parents don't want the rest of the staff to know. I've been in those cases as a principal before. Go ahead, Ms. Hollingsworth.
Go ahead.
So if I could, I would say that's a case-by-case basis, as, you know, like I mentioned, and as we just clarified, when the family comes in to register, and then those questions are answered, the school social worker, school counselor meets with that family, and then, you know, kind of takes the lead from what that family may, you know, want, you know, in regards to what needs to be disclosed, but then obviously making sure that we're getting the students what they need.
Okay, so I have a follow-up question. Kids who are in a classroom with different concerns, it could be a kid on an IEP, a kid with a certain disability, a kid who is homeless. In order for a teacher to provide certain specific accommodations, normally a teacher is aware, but the teacher has certain responsibility to not violate the privacy of specific students, while at the same time simultaneously providing the accommodations necessary to be successful, correct? So the question I have then is, as a teacher in the past, you know, with students with disabilities, we have access to IEPs, we can look at all the accommodations, and it helps us. So even though you mentioned that in case-by-case basis, if I am a teacher in a classroom and I want to know who my homeless kids are, do I have the right or do I not have the right by policy or rule?
I'm going to let Ms. Sotella answer that.
Yes, they are able to see this information in focus, just like with other students that are ESE or have a health condition that's flagged in focus.
Okay, so then every teacher has access to focus that indicates which of their kids are homeless and those who are have a learning disability, correct?
Okay, so I'm rethinking what I said, because there is a hard designee at every school, so that person would have it. Ms. Hollingsworth, do ESE teachers that have students with ESE, can they see that?
If they're rostered to their, I think we need to make sure we're delineating,
Yeah.
because a student with a disability and the accommodations are one thing, a student with homelessness is another realm. So if that student is rostered to that teacher, yes, for a disability, they would have access to accommodations, not everything. They have, you know, accommodations and goals. So there are certain things that they would see, certain things that they don't, much like an SRA. For a student that had a suicide risk assessment, the teacher may see that there's a plan, but not all the logistics behind it to continue to keep that confidentiality to, you know, in between the individual and the, you know, mental health counselor.
Okay, I understand that. So I am going to separate students with disability and talk about homeless students. Dr. Hepburn, and this might be a question for Ms. Bruner as well, do teachers, if they so request, have the right to know by policy or rule the students who are homeless in his or her classroom? Dr. Fulton, I didn't see you came. Okay. And Dr. Fulton, maybe your staff could answer. And Madam Chair, I'm getting somewhere with this. That's why I'm asking these questions. And I'd like to get a response from Ms. Bruner as well. I just want to know, if I'm a teacher in a classroom and I want to know who my homeless kids are, do I have the right? And do I have access?
Yes.
I do. Okay, that was very straightforward, very right. Ms. Bruno, is there anything in policy that limits my right as a teacher to know who the homeless kids are in my classroom?
There's nothing that limits aside from the parent maybe having some concerns.
Okay, but the teacher does have a responsibility to protect the privacy of that student. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the knowledge of a student being homeless is so much as to provide the right educational opportunities for that student. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so is there anything that inhibits us from putting in policy anything that would enhance the academic performance of a homeless kid in the classroom with the teacher having knowledge that this kid is homeless.
Yes, so this is something that I'm going to go back to the team based on the prior conversation that we had to be able to craft some language that will address that.
Okay, so I have a suggestion, and maybe the board can tell me whether or not. I was looking at the homeless policy, and the reason I'm on this, because I think this is very important. I did ask the question as well, how many homeless kids do we have in Broward County? Do we have the answer?
Yes, as of last year, we had 4,274 students.
Okay, so almost 5,000 students who are homeless, right? And what I'd like to say as well is that homelessness has no regard for religion. It has no regard for race. It has no regard for color. Homelessness affects everyone. Everyone. So I think it's important that we try to put something in place to make sure they are successful. So I would like to suggest that we add language, Ms. Bruno, and I'd like to get the board's input. On page 54, I think would be a great place to fit what I'm trying to accomplish. Just before the topic that says schools stability, you see that last sentence that says unaccompanied homeless high school youth will receive counseling to prepare and improve their readiness for post-secondary education. Ms. Bruno, are you there?
Could you tell me the number, Doctor?
I'm on page 54,
line.
right before school stability.
Line 15, thank you so much. Got it.
Let me know when you are there, Ms. Brown.
I'm there.
Okay, so is that sentence pertaining to letter C, or is that an independent sentence?
Independent.
Okay, so I would like to add an additional independent sentence where it says homeless children and youth will be provided with a non-technology option to complete any homework or after-school academic activity. Okay, so Ms. Bruno, is there any concern with that language?
So from a legal standpoint, no concern. I do want to make sure that I work with staff as well. But we will find something that will address specifically what you're asking for, because I think what your concern is to make sure that we do everything that we can so these students can be successful.
Right.
And if they don't have access to electricity, internet, et cetera, how do we help them be successful within the confines of their circumstances? So we'll get language, and I did write what you said down, be provided with non-technology options to complete their homework as well as any other activity.
Okay, and the language, Ms. Bruno, it's just saying they have that option. Now, if they have access to computer, great, they can do that as well. But if a teacher knows who his or her homeless students are, then those kids should be provided with the option. And my understanding is that they have access as to who they are.
Okay.
Yep. Madam Chair, I think that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bowman.
I just had a couple follow-up questions, or follow-up comments for the conversation we were having before with the AI policy and the student, what is that called? The student policy? Student AI policy. So when I was reading it, it looks like the purpose and the delineation from the 8th grade to the high school years is that they're focusing on mastering the skills and then kind of incorporating AI into writing after the 8th grade. So I don't know if we want to if that's something that we want to put in to our policy, that we'll have a focus on skill mastery and then integrate AI after that, or if that's just, if that, I don't know how the rest of you feel about that, but I think like that's a basis, I think hearing from parents and things, people are concerned. So if you go through 8th grade and now you actually know how to write, then you learn how to integrate AI into enhancing that. I know like for practicing law, you have to know how to practice law before you can use AI properly. You can't just put something into the AI Copilot and it spits it out. You can't discern whether or not things are correct or not. And I'd say the same thing for math. I mean, I think it's an amazing tool if you're doing calculus or if you're doing chemistry. It lays out how to help you figure out a problem, but then you need to know how to get there first and do all of the basics for the math. So I would suggest that we add that as one of our values that we have in the AI processes, skill mastery and then integration as appropriate.
I think that's excellent. Is there any objection to that? All right. Do you have your direction on that?
Thank you.
So I just have a clarifying question regarding that, Kathy or Noella. Is that more in policy or process? Putting specific skill-like attributes in policy or rules?
I think what I would like to do is have an offline conversation with the team to be able to address the concern that's been raised, and then we can bring it back to the board.
Yeah, because we can absolutely add that as part of the pathway for secondary in those instances.
I think, and also just, I don't want to speak for Ms. Bowman, but I think it can be both. Like Dr. Zeman made like a general value statement that we all gave consensus on at the beginning of the meeting. I think this is another one of those.
Exactly. It's not just aligned to that, but this is what policy looks like. The policy is gain skills and then move forward with more technical advances to hone those skills. That is a policy.
Anything else, Ms. Pullman? Okay. Anyone else before round 3?
Madam Chair?
I'll add you to round 3. Anyone else before round 3? All right, Ms. Thompson?
Thank you. I just want to dive back into this homeless student because I think it's important that we know what has access, and also we remember that students and families have rights, that their personal information is not shared with everyone, even if they are the classroom teacher. Like, it's incredibly important for the profession in general to know that their notes and the information they're putting in about students isn't accessible by teachers. Also, when I was a social worker, we used BASIS. I know there was the heart icon. So I don't know how that is in focus, but I'm uncomfortable with just anyone having access to what student is experiencing homelessness, regardless on if it's a teacher. I am uncomfortable with anyone having access to information on if they're meeting with a school psychologist or they're meeting with a family counselor, because it's honestly no one else's business other than that professional, that family member, and that student. So I just want to be explicitly clear on what teachers can see information about our students and how that's processed, because I'm now texting people and asking if teachers can tell if students are homeless or not. Because regardless on if we are a perfect world or not, people get treated differently if they know that. And I would hate for a student to be outed in the purest of sense. Like, I understand, Dr. Holness, your point that you want to make sure these students are getting resources. So I don't think your intent is anything but pure. But I think it is abundantly clear or important to clarify that these students have rights as well about their personal situations. And there are people out there who, if they knew there was a homeless student in their class, might treat them differently, whether they were trying to do it to be helpful or not. So can we please get a clear understanding on what teachers can see, what social workers can see, what notes are accessible to everyone who has access to that student file? And I'm fine with a follow-up, because I think this is not, we're bringing this back, but I think the board in general and parents need to know what information is shared with classroom teachers and with everyone else. That's it. Thank you.
No, I was going to request a follow-up so we're on the same page to provide that information.
Yeah.
Got it. And just for my colleagues' awareness, we do have a special a special meeting scheduled for 12:30. We are on round 3. I see multiple hands up. So for the public's, for the courtesy of the public, we will be starting that special meeting late. Dr. Zeman?
Wanted to point, I mean, I would do anything to help Dr. Holness's, general concern. But our policy starts with a statement that says that we will provide other services needed to provide equal opportunity to meet the same challenging state academic standards to which all students are held. In my experience with watching my dad spend a lot of time working with people of economic disabilities, there was a system in place to make sure that policy was held. It wasn't specific to physical homework. It wasn't specific to giving them office supplies that they didn't have and things like that. It was this general sense that a teacher, often aided by counselors, social workers, and other leaders of their school, would surround children who have special needs with special resources. And we tell them that that's what their requirement is. Children and youth who are identified as meeting the homeless will be provided other services needed to provide equal opportunity. And to me, that might get to a more holistic, humanistic approach to dealing with this without trying to do a one each. The one each of physical homework is a great idea, but I would rather just sit with this general idea. You got to do everything you can do so that they have the equal opportunities to succeed. And one way we might do that is break up that first sentences into 2 pieces because it's kind of muddled together. It says that we'll provide them, the free and appropriate public education. That could be one sentence. And it could also say we will also provide all the services needed to provide equal opportunity, so that it's really, really clear that that we want to do both things. Right now it's a little bit muddled in the language. So we can look at it when it comes back and see the best way to go. I'll also just share with my colleagues something I learned at the Council of Great City Schools last month. Cincinnati provides parking spots for homeless families in cars. And the advantage of that is that they come there around sunset, they park, they get ready, for the night, usually as the sun's going down, and then the school locks the gate. And they feel safe. And they get to just have their time, do their thing. I've talked to several mayors in Broward County, and they have sufficient capacity already for their homeless in Broward County. But I've told them all that if they run out of space, please give us a call, and we'll see if we can identify a school with the appropriate area that can provide that service. But there's lots of districts that try and help. I think, to Ms. Thompson's point, we're a piece of the fabric of homelessness. We're not the solution by ourselves. We're a piece, but we're a meaningful piece. And our policy tells us that we have to do everything we can to provide them equal opportunity. And I think that goes beyond just homework. It goes into all kinds of things, including absolutely the need to connect. For those that need connection to the internet. You cannot do your homework, you cannot participate fully in a school without that. We give them devices and we give them internet access when they ask for it and make sure. So appreciate your genuine concern on this matter. I share it.
Anyone else on that point? Oh, sorry, I'm so confused. Dr. Zeman, you had the floor, or did Ms. Thompson have the floor? No,
I gave up the floor.
Okay, so it went to Dr. Zeman. No, I did not go to you. All right. Okay, got it. Dr. Holness, and then Ms. Hicks, and then Ms. Bowman.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'd also like to commend Board Member Al-Hadef on her suggestion regarding the hotspot. The question I have regarding that, Dr. Fulton, with the 5,000 homeless children that we have approximately, I would love to ensure that all of them and their parents, and if it's an unaccompanied homeless youth, which means I think there's no parent or guardian, that they're aware of this free option. So how can we make sure, whether it's through specific schools as opposed to being a district initiative, whether through school-based approach, that all of our homeless children and their parents or guardians are aware of the process to get the free hotspot option?
So I will start. One of the things I know is we want to make sure that we provide those things in the hands of students who truly need them. And one of the package, when we talk about wraparound services, that is also an option that our social workers will work with the schools and the families to ensure they have access. But I will ask Dr. Diamond to provide anything additional that that I may have missed when it comes to the accessibility of hotspots.
I know that we had in the past delivered hotspots to students. There is a cost associated with it for the district to provide it. We can look into, how much that would run us based on the number of homeless students and get back to the board as to cost and availability.
Okay, so Dr. Fulton, I respect the answer, but the question is a little different, right? The question is asking, we do have, did I not hear that we mentioned we had an option for free hotspot and there's a process as far as filling out paperwork or something of that sort?
Dr. Diamond?
There used to be free access to internet that was provided to families. I remember having seen it on our website. I don't know whether we still have it on the website. I'm not sure about free hotspots, but I was sure about low-cost free internet.
Okay, so now that's a different response from what the superintendent gave earlier, and I could be wrong, Board Member Al-Hadaf, but I thought I heard something different, that there is an option for free and there's a low-cost option, and there's a process to apply for the option for free. So my request here is we have 5,000 homeless kids, and I want to make sure what I heard earlier, that there's a free option, that they're able to understand the process through our initiative, reaching out to all of them, whether through individual schools or the district, that they know what to do to get the free option. But now I'm hearing something different, that there's no more free option, or there's probably, so what exactly is it?
So I think I'm going to have to do some reviewing and get back to you on what the processes are and what the options are, because things have changed over time.
All right, so I have a couple of comments then with the updated information, because we don't know. I thought we knew before. So since we are not sure, then this is what I would like. If there's a free option, Dr. Fulton, that there is a process in place where individual schools or the district can make sure the parents or the unaccompanied homeless youth understand the process to get the free hotspot. If that doesn't exist any longer, then I would like for staff to bring back the cost to provide free hotspot to 5,000 homeless children in Broward County schools.
Dr. Holness, thank you. And I'm trying to find, because I remember that being a board follow-up at one time, where we brought back a lot of options and what the cost was. So we'll follow up on the follow-up.
Okay, but you understand my request.
I do.
I am specific to homeless children, not any other children. So as far as the cost, yeah.
It's hotspots, period. So we're looking for that information.
Right. And last comment, Board Member Thompson, I understand your concern, and I realize you also understand my concern. And the question is, how can we achieve both, right? So, Ms. Bruno, it still feels unclear to me that teachers have access, or they have the right to access their homeless students. So I understand Board Member Thompson's concern, and I have that concern as well, right? Protecting their privacy while providing them with, the right service to succeed. So I don't know if this is a question for Dr. Fulton or for you, but if the school does know who the homeless kids are, right? The leadership at the school. If the teacher does not have a right to know, or if the teacher does not know, and we have this in policy, couldn't each individual school simply state to teachers who do have homeless kids in their class that this particular student has an accommodation for non-technology option for homework? And that could that could mean anything. They could be homeless, they could have an IEP. We don't know what the issue is, and neither does the teacher. But we are saying this accommodation must be provided.
Yeah, good point, Dr. Holness. My request would be to have the opportunity to sit down with the team, Ms. Hollingsworth's team, and just try to review in terms of the processes and the standard operating procedures that we have now, as well as see if there's any language, because I'm understanding the concern, and I also understand Ms. Thompson's concern. Let me see what I can do with the team to craft some language that would be appropriate to address that, at the same time understand what the current processes are now as well.
Right, and I'd like to further comment on Dr. Zeman. I understand what the policy says, and in terms of looking at a general policy to address that would be inclusive of homework and all of that. But what I can tell you is this. I have one student now in Broward County Public Schools. A couple of years ago I had two. One graduated. And the voluminous homework that they have, I cannot imagine a homeless kid living in a car having to do all of that without a home and not having access to a computer. I mean, just put yourself in that position, right? All of us. It has to be a horrible place to be. And just imagine the stress on the family just trying to feed them, figure out how they're going to bathe, and then you have 3 hours of homework, half of it to be done on a computer. I prefer to get specific because I know when I get specific that their needs will be addressed. When we're general, it falls to the wayside. Documentation sits aside, and these kids continue to suffer. So I believe this is an important factor because when they leave the school, they no longer have the resources of the school. They have no resource when they leave the school. And we need to have either rules or policies to protect them. And so I prefer that we're definitive to make sure these kids are successful. Because among these kids, there are many examples. They could be the next president, right? They could be, when we give them the tools to succeed, they overcome all these obstacles, all these challenges, and we need to be a support system for that. So I want to be specific. I want to be specific so we know that they can get their homework done without added stress of not having the tools to do it. Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Hickson.
Thank you. I may have just heard this wrong, but I know you mentioned that you wanted specifically the information about the hotspots, and I do believe there was a number of companies that had the availability, if you filled out the form, for homeless, but because you mentioned about not just disseminating it out district-wide, and I would disagree with that because there are people who maybe are not classified as homeless. Maybe they're living in a house and there's 5 families in that house. So I still think it needs to be disseminated district-wide for people who maybe live under the poverty level or whatever. I mean, they still need access. But I understand what you're saying. You maybe besides district-wide, you're also making a targeted
For homeless. Yeah.
for the homeless, like specifically giving them the form to fill out or whatever. But I wouldn't want to say, don't give the information district-wide, because I think that would be unfair to people who would still need it and maybe don't fall under the homeless category.
Right. And Board Member Hickson, I fully agree with you. I guess the information that I was looking at is the cost for the 5,000 homeless as far as getting the hotspot. But certainly families with economic hardship should have the information they need as far as the paperwork process for the free internet.
Right, and I would just, we're not in a financial situation right now to be able to cover the cost of that, so I wouldn't be in favor of paying for hotspots for anyone, especially if there's a partnership where they fill out a form and they can get it for free. So I also just wanted to clarify. I just don't think we're in a place that we can cover all of that.
Right, I understand, and they're bringing information back on both of those. Yep.
Ms. Bowman? Ms. Thompson?
So we already had 2 follow-ups about this. I sent them to Dr. Fulton to bump them up to everyone's email box. We also, I believe, Ms. Leonardi brought an item about paying for internet that was very opposed by the public and some mean articles. So there's already availability of these services. I think, and also the library, you can check out a hotspot for free. And I think we're just getting a little away from our scope, which is passing a policy, when we are going to have a follow-up from the HART program about what can be accessible. We've already discussed in a previous board meeting about providing Wi-Fi. And also we have amazing people in the schools that are doing this job already and that will take on any family that needs help. And anyone who's listening, if you do need help, please reach out to your school counselor, your school social worker, or your principal, and we will get us set up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Alhadeff.
Yes, and I would like for a board member follow-up. So we have a lot of phones from AT&T that are issued to staff and the board, and I bet you there's an opportunity to get a free hotspot with the cell phone plans that we're already paying for. So I would like Dr. Hepburn to look into AT&T offering free hotspots for our homeless students.
And we can definitely provide that as well in the follow-up, because I was looking at the 2 follow-ups you sent me, Ms. Thompson, and you are correct. We did. There was a time where the board had tasked us to go out and look for some free internet options. And at that time, it wasn't any free options. What they did, we had 5 vendors that gave some cost, low cost, but cost at that time. But we didn't have any district-approved funding to invest in that, because it can be upwards maybe in about $1 million. But what we could do, because I understand the advocacy for our students, what we could do is continue to look at some grants, some partnerships, some community support, and also look to see what existing partnerships we have with T-Mobile, because we do provide phones to our staff and what they can do. Because we have met, I want to say, probably about 2 or 3 times with T-Mobile in the past year to provide some of those opportunities, and they've been very amenable. So we can go back to the table and see what additional things they can do to support Broward schools.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for round 3? All right. Do we have our direction?
So just to be clear, I'm going to make sure from the board that I'm going to be bringing forward all of these policies with the recommended revisions for a first reading, a real rule development workshop on August 11th. In addition, board, is that okay? I'm going to make sure that I can bring that for formal rule development on August 11th, all of these policies.
Is there any objection? And just Attorney Dupree-Bruno, after the August 11th meeting, then the policy will be brought to a board vote?
Correct.
And at the board vote, if there is any substantial change during the vote, it has to go back to rulemaking, correct? So I just want everyone to be clear that any of the big changes that you would like to see need to be brought next week.
Please, I would appreciate that.
All right, sorry, continue. I interrupted you.
See, Dr. Zeman.
Dr. Zeman.
I'm waiting until there's an opening to bring up something new.
Okay, and then the other thing is there's going to be 3 additional policies that I would like to bring forward for first reading. One will be relating to attendance. The other one will be relating to purchasing cards. Another one will be related to school support booster clubs, basically. And there's a possibility that I'll be bringing a homework policy as well. So those will be 4 additional policies that I'd like to bring forward for first reading.
Chair, at this point, could I also ask for 8030 to come back? I just submitted this week this question about how we deal with surplus property. And we got an answer back about, months and months and months it was going to take to do these things. We're going to be in the business of surplusing property. We already are, but we're going to be doing it going forward. I would just like to recommend to my colleagues that as part of that group, we also bring 8030 so that if we need to make changes, we can do that now before repurposing votes. If there's no objection, sure.
Is there any objection? Attorney Dupree-Bruno.
Well, 8030 has been adopted, but you can always bring back policies for review and revisions and discussion, so.
Thank you.
Mr. Bruno, just confirming in the first reading tomorrow, or excuse me, on the 11th, I believe you said it was, that will not include the proposed policy limiting public comment and speech within board meetings, correct?
No, only the policies discussed today, and then the 4 that I suggested, plus the 80/30.
Thank you for the confirmation.
Is that it? Ms. Dupree-Bruno?
Yes, that's it. The only other thing I would add to, just for clarification for the public with regards to the students, what is it called specifically? The Students First Act. I just want to make sure that it's clear for the public that this is not a law. This is something that happened. I think Ms. Thompson actually indicated that from the Edward M. Kennedy Institute, where 98 students came up with this policy suggestion. Now, thank you, Ms. Alhadef, for sending that chart. There is something that's very interesting to me that I will be talking to the team about, which is about the due process and the appeals process. I do think that we need to add something related to that in the policy. Thank you.
All right, anyone else before we move to the special? All right, I'll do general discussion like student successes and stuff after the special, if that's okay with everyone. So the scheduled order of business for the school board workshop at the school board of Broward County, Florida has been completed. Seeing no objection, I now adjourn the workshop. We will do the special in just a few minutes. Welcome to today's special school board meeting. The special school board meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida is now called to order. To ensure a safe and productive environment, please note the clearly marked emergency exits. Do not block exit doors, and all attendees must be seated except for media. Once the room reaches capacity, attendees will be directed to the overflow area. If the fire alarm sounds, exit the room calmly, continue outside the building, and remain there until authorities give clearance to return. Thank you for your cooperation. All please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. Today's special school board meeting will operate in accordance with School Board Policy 1020, and the board will review the items as advertised and presented by the superintendent. The superintendent released a revised agenda with certain changes for this meeting and published it on the school district's website. The chair finds pursuant to Section 120.525 Florida statutes that good cause exists for such changes and accepts the revised agenda. May I have a motion and a second to close the agenda? Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Hickson. All in favor of closing the agenda, let it be known by saying aye. Any opposed, say no. The agenda is now closed. Could I get a motion and a second on item 1?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Hickson. Any public comment, any registered public speakers or public comment on item 1? Or member discussion, Ms. Hickson.
Thank you. So I have a question, and it's similar to what I've asked all along. So this contract prior was for $2 million. We spent $645,015 of it, so there was 1.3 plus million dollars left in here, and the request is for $1 million. So we specifically moved from spend authority to budget authority because we didn't want to put like a bucket for a wish list. And I know that this is for people in case we might need them. So I would like to make a motion to change the value from $1 million to $750,000.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Hickson, seconded by Ms. Rupert. Public comment on the motion? Board member discussion, Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Dr. Hepburn, with this particular change, can you tell the board how will this impact, or what impact will this have on this particular item?
Thanks for the question, Dr. Holmes. I was actually going to try and get Mr. Dorsett just to make sure we're not putting ourselves in a bind. Does this have any impact on any work that we need, that we have to do, but don't have the capabilities if they reduce it to, what was it, the $750,000?
So, good afternoon, Mark Dorsett, Chief Facility Officer. It will have an impact, but I think we'll be okay. Basically, it's to test, it's geo-testing the football fields, any new construction we're doing. The reason why we were asking for this amount was because, you know, we do have projects that we're going to be encountering here pretty soon, and we're going to need the ability to test the soil and test materials and so forth.
Okay, so Dr. Hepburn, I have a follow-up question. Okay, Mr. Dorsett, you said it will have an impact. Can you state what the impact will be, and do you anticipate having to come back to the board for more money?
We will, because the length of the contract, if we don't, we'll be able to use the entire amount over the course of the requested term. So if we don't stick with the requested amount, we will be coming back to the board for asking for more money.
Okay, so coming back to the board, would you say that would be as a result of the changes made through Board Member Hickson? Would that necessitate you having to come back to the board?
Yeah, it would lessen the amount of testing we would be able to do. So yes.
Okay, so if we stick to the original amount, Dr. Hepburn, is that $1 million?
Original amount is
the amount being asked today, is it 1 million?
Yeah, it's close to $1 million, yes.
Okay, so if we stick to the close to $1 million amount, Mr. Dorsett, do you feel you would need to come back to the board for any further?
No, not at this time.
Okay, but if we don't, you may have to come
Yes,
back.
I will.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Alada.
Thank you. So what I'm afraid of is that if we reduce the amount of money, the cost of services might go up. So then it will cost us more money in the long run. So I'd rather keep the requested action at the $1 million and not reduce it.
Thank you, Ms. Hickson.
Thank you. This kind of goes to what I've been saying all along, and no offense to anyone, but I've been asking this, which was the reason to ask for budget authority and not spend authority. This is, if we know that there's going to be testing here, here, and here, then we should have a worksheet that says, testing here is going to cost this much, testing there is going to cost, and then here's what we know we need. Because right now, $1 million is kind of a guesstimate of what we might need. And this is what I've been asking for. I think the board has been asking for, because when you put $1 million, and last year we only spent $650,000, which is why I said 750, because it gives you a little cushion on there. But it encumbers that money and it doesn't allow us. And then what happens when that money's left over? In some of the instances, as we learned from last week, the money goes, it disappears. Like, it's not available for anyone anymore. It goes into the general fund, which I guess at the end of the day isn't bad, but we have money because we want to be spending it on employee raises and paper, which I'll talk about later, and things that the resources that are we need. So if we actually need $1 million, this doesn't indicate that. The item that we have in front of us says we spent $650,000 last year, asked for $2 million, only spent $650,000. And then this year we're saying, okay, well, we'll only ask for half. And to me, that's a guesstimate. I would like to see the financial worksheets spell out exactly how much it is we need, so that we are not encumbering money in a bucket that we don't need to. I don't mind if you have to come back, and I don't think in this instance the prices would go up, because you're basically asking, like, you have, these aren't contracts with people right now. It's just spend authority to move into a contract, if I'm not mistaken, right? If we need the services, we don't know if we need them or not.
Oh,
Go ahead, Mr. Rizep.
yes, we're going to need the services. Again, you know, we're talking about, we've installed 6 football fields this year. We're planning on installing 6 again next year. And there's going to be some new construction that we're going to do next year as well, you know. So I was just trying to be proactive to make sure that I have enough to cover what we plan to do next year.
So in the future, Dr. Hepburn, what I'd like to see in the item is football fields are going to cost this much. Construction is going to, so that you can justify that you really do need $1 million. Like, what is, if we only spend $650,000, that's almost double what you're asking for the next year based on what we used last year. So what is it that caused it to increase so much? Because you asked for $2 million and didn't even use 600, it was 645. So that's where I'm sure, and it's not just particularly this item, it's a lot of the items that are coming to us, which is why we asked to move to budget authority as opposed to spend authority, because we're encumbering more money than it looked like we were spending as we're looking at these financial workshops. So I can take back the motion if you really believe, but I don't want to come back next year and find out that you only used 700,000 and 300,000 sat there where we could have used it somewhere else, because we are not in a position where we can cushion those budgets anymore. We really need every last penny. So if these items could come back more detailed, so we are very clear that that is truly the budget that is needed, not what's wanted.
Yep, no, great point. And for the most part, most of our items have the actual projects listed out with costs. We stressed that in our agenda prep session. So this was probably one that we missed adding that one too. But yeah, point taken. And so we know we've gotten significantly better in making sure our, especially the capital items, which are usually larger than the general fund items, have the project list with the actual project cost on them.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, I believe Board Member Hickson has a good point, right? Because if you request $2 million and you only use $650,000, that's a huge concern. We can't tie up money and have all these wonderful cushions, right? So, Mr. Dorsett, just to reassure all of us, because we want to give you what you need. We don't have the luxury to give you a huge cushion, so with the 650,000 spent and 2 million was allocated, what was the reason for that? Why was it such a huge miscalculation?
I'm sorry, in working with the facility construction side, we knew that there were projects that we're going to be starting this year. That was left over from SMART that we're getting ready to gear up and start with the new program managers coming on board and all of the other processes we have on coming up. We wanted to be prepared and cover the things that we know that we're going to be doing as well. So that's the real reason why we wanted to make sure that we have enough to get started on some of these projects.
Okay, so you felt back then that you could have used the entire 2 million?
Correct.
Okay, so how do we know that's not going to happen again, where you feel I can use the 1 million, but then you use 1/3 of it or half of it? How do we have confidence? Because Board Member Hickson has a good point, right? I mean, it's evident that you requested a certain amount, you use 1/3 of it, and here we're having a new request. I would like to really give you what you need and not what you wish for, or, because we don't have that luxury. So how do we know that that miscalculation will not occur here, where you ask for $1 million, but you come back and you use 500,000?
Well, what I can do is I can do a board response and provide you projects that we plan on doing to show you exactly what that cost is going to be.
Okay, so can you tell the board definitively that the $1 million you're asking for, that you've looked at it very carefully and you feel that that money is needed and will be spent?
At this time, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zeman.
Dr. Hepburn, will this motion save us any money?
No.
Thank you. There's a couple of things we got to be very clear about, and I'm so glad you're here, John, because we go out for contracts. Oftentimes like this, they last years, 5 years. And when you sit down with staff and say, what's the award total going to be, they have to project out 5 years of utilization, in this case, geothermal, right? 5 years of projects is not feasible. We don't know what we're doing sometimes 6 months, let alone several years from now. So someone like Mr. Dorsett says 5 years, I might need $2 million. You go out to some vendors, you secure good vendors through our great process, and then we can go within their prices that they bid, and we can order geothermal for the amazing synthetic turf fields. It would be really useful, Dr. Hepburn, if instead of worrying so much about spend authority and actual authority and things like that, we were very clear. One, the board approved $2 million when we did the contract. Is that right, Mr. White? So we've already put our fingerprints on this and said, yes, you've proven to us you need roughly $2 million, but that's a contract award. It's not a budget. There's no money behind a contract. It's just an award. Then in the budget comes money. And that money is really important if we can think about it by school year. Because to Ms. Hickson's point, if we can really not spend money in a school year because we don't need a service, that does go back to the general fund. It's incredibly useful to have those resources, partly because we have to stay over 3%, partly because there's other categories of spending that might need that money, due to, all kinds of things that go on. So I just want to be clear that changing the spend authority does not reduce the budget. We are not reducing the budget when we change spend authority. All we're doing is introducing delays in construction. Because then when Mr. Dorsett wants to do a synthetic turf field and they're moving to get it done and the principal has like cleared some space for them to get it, and the first thing you got to do is geothermal. If you don't have spend authority, you got to wait until there's an item submitted, approved by APG, brought to the board, and then approved, and then you can go back and give a task order to the contractor, right? I don't want to be responsible for your delays, Mr. Dorsett. I want you to get stuff done. We have tasked you cost, scope, and schedule, right? Get stuff done. And this is the kind of stuff that doesn't really save us money, and it introduces delays in a construction process, because now you're going to wait sometimes 60 days to get an item done and get it before the board. I don't want to be responsible for that. Dr. Hepburn, to help us through this, though, we would love to know how much we're spending per school year.
Mm-hmm.
That's a real number.
For that contract.
That's a real number. That includes, money that otherwise we could spend on other stuff, right? And that's to Dr. Holness and Ms. Hickson's point. That really does matter. And so instead of worrying about spend authority and actual, amounts and all that, I think that's weird because it crosses over school years. We get a budget from the state every year from July 1st to June 30th. And that's what we have to manage into the 3% and with all the other needs we have and trying to save money for our staff and all that stuff. So to me, if we really wanted to improve items that come before this board, we'd say this school year or fiscal year, they're the same thing. This is how much we need to do these things going forward. And overestimating is not a bad idea because you don't want to slow down. This board will beat you up for cost, scope, and schedule, as we've been very clear about. But we also shouldn't be the organization that ties your hands and prevents you from getting things done. So that's why I'm worried about this discussion, because it doesn't really save us money. And what we ought to be concerned about is what are we burning between July 1st and June 30th every year, because that is going to cause real implications for us. And we always are thinking about how do we kind of find some money, or we turn to the superintendent and say, okay, we need another $26 million for these 7 things. Go figure it out. So there's a big difference between budgeting and execution, big difference. And on the execution side, it would be more valuable for us if we knew what we were spending throughout the school year, and not so worry so much about these artificial constructs about spend authorities and all that. How much are we spending this year that you're gonna spend on whatever items you come before us should be a great matter for this board, because that ties our hand for spending that money on other higher priorities.
Ms. Hickson?
I just wanted to point out, this is just for a year. This contract is from August 8th of 2026 to August 7th, 2027. That's why it was specific for just 1 year. It would save us $250,000 if my motion had stayed for this year. This isn't an annual, this isn't a long-term contract. This is only for this year.
Ms. Hickson, you're withdrawing your motion.
But I withdrew my motion.
Okay. Anyone else on the item? All in favor of item 1, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no.
No.
The item passes with 1 dissenting vote from Ms. Rupert. All right. At this time, do any of my colleagues have student successes to share or any general discussion? Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. I'll start with the fun stuff. So yesterday, Mr. Severa and Dr. Zeman and I and the superintendent and Mr. Sullivan and Dr. Fulton were very honored and proud to go to Eagle Point Elementary. They are not just #1 in Broward County for the highest scores 3 years in a row, but they are #1 in the state of Florida for the 2nd year. So congratulations to Eagles Point. We have in our district the #1 elementary school in the state of Florida. So congratulations to everybody for that. Yay. So 2 other things. Dr. Hepburn, I've been getting, I'm sure all of us have been getting a number of emails with concerns from teachers about copies. And I know that we had a directive about in the district, but we just had a discussion about providing paper assignments and not doing online for elementary and things of that nature. And there's a new script requirement, cursive writing, that doesn't have a workbook that goes with it. And I know we've talked about it, but can you please address the idea that, and first of all, I want to tell people it was not a school board policy. It was an operational decision by the superintendent and district staff to limit teacher copies to 1,000 and I guess 2 reams of paper per month. I think that's what they mentioned. And as someone who went to Kinko's and just paid for the copies and the worksheets I needed for my kids because I couldn't deal with it, can you please explain to everyone and tell us how you're going to communicate it to both the teachers and the principals, how teachers can make sure that they have the copies that they need to give the students the excellent education we are telling them that we are going to provide?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Ms. Hickson. So I'm going to have Dr. Fulton answer that. I know she and the ISD team has been working together yesterday and as of this morning as well. So they've finalized some decisions to ensure communication and additional support.
So thank you for the concerns, and as the board received them, you have been forwarding to us, and we've been fielding them. The 2 reams that was not a directive. That may have been an operational decision at that school that you're speaking of, but you are correct with 1,000 copies across the board for teachers. So what we did is, because it's the beginning of the year and teachers are doing a lot to prepare and plan for students arriving on Monday, I worked with the ISD team actually this morning, so we have increased it to 2,000, and we'll be able to monitor on a month basis to see how that is working out. So that already has been communicated 9/17 this morning. And we have already received thank you emails so that teachers can be able to do what they need to do to prepare for their students on Monday.
And then can you also explain, because I know the answer I got was even beyond that, because I had a math teacher spell it out in terms of how much, if she did one test with 40 students in her class and it had so many pages to the test, she would be able to have enough copies for one test for the month. So if 2,000 isn't enough, what is the alternative? Like, how do they access additional ones if necessary?
So if there's not electronic ways to do online assessment, so we're trying to figure out the copying for that particular reason. However, if teachers exhaust their monthly limits, the principal and the office manager have an account that has an unlimited amount. So in those particular circumstances, if it's deemed necessary where teachers need additional copies, they can work with administration who can make sure that they have all the resources that they need for that.
Okay, great. And someone suggested that would be a headache for the principal if all 100 of their teachers are coming to them to ask for more copies. So have we just communicated with the principals?
Principals are aware, and actually, when we were receiving the concerns, we were sharing it with the principals, and the only thing that we ask, and I hope that if the teachers are actually listening, I'm sure they're busy, is that they address it with their administration, because the administration was there and ready to support and assist, but the concerns didn't go to them.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that. And the last question I have is, I have received some concerns from a number of people that the opt-in for the ESE classroom cameras never went out to parents. So if they did, apparently they don't know that they've gone out, and what are we doing to make sure that parents in those self-contained classrooms are aware and have the forms to opt in for the cameras?
I would tell you, Ms. Hickson, I know we approved that communication, I want to say back in May, because it was as we're closing out the school year. We're letting those parents know the cameras will be shut off as of the last day of school, and this is the guidance on for the new school year. But I can follow up with you as to exact dates that went out to the families, because I know I approved that back in May.
Okay, so I'll just tell you that I've been watching the Facebook comments in the ESE, and they're all saying they've never seen it. So I appreciate the information of when it went out, but can we also do a blast here very quickly so that we make sure we are giving them the ability to opt in?
Yep, not a problem.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert.
Thank you. I wanted to bring forth the issue that I brought up before about the music, PE, art not being available in all the elementary schools. So I wanted to really understand the directive from the superintendent.
Yeah, absolutely. So the messaging that we've press conference, emails, and whatnot, it was never all schools. It was there was 14 schools that we had a challenge with that had 2 or less specials, and that we found the funding to ensure they had 3, a minimum of 3: music, art, PE. We have other schools that have 4, 5, 6 specials, and they've already chosen their specials as end of the school year, working with their teachers, their parents, and whatnot. This what they deem fit as the specials they want to have at their school. They may have a unique, innovative program. They may have a unique magnet, and that special may align with that specific magnet or innovative program. So the communication has never been that all schools have music, PE, and art. It was they have that option, but those 14 schools that had 2 specials or less, we ensured that we add an additional special so they can have music, art, and PE. The other schools have chosen their specials at the end of the spring that have 4, 5, 6, up to 6 specials.
Okay, and for instance, Winston Park, they don't have 6 specials, and they have art and music stuff sitting in the closet still and weren't available last year. I do understand how incredibly effective principal Mr. O'Neill was, certainly, but there's also the ability to know that our students are getting a well-rounded education. And moving on to Lions Creek Middle, moving on to the high school at Monarch, those are great. They have great art programs. They have a fantastic music program, and it would be very, very much a disservice to the north area of Coconut Creek and those students. So I understand he wants to push and do double science for the students. And I do understand that, but I think that the students and the families have a right, and the PTA have a right to be able to say, listen, how can we work this in? What can we do? How do we help? And it's important that this happens because we really want the best for our students. So in that case, I'm sure that you'd agree that the kids are not getting art or music. They do PE, and now they're going to have double science.
Well, I have to look into that specific situation, but you're correct in the last part of your what you just explained is that PTSA parents work with the principal to decide on what specials, just like the other schools. So we can have the regional team work with Winston Park to figure out what's going on out there. I can't speak to it. And Dr. Fulton's already on the phone.
Yeah, Ellen helped me put out an email to Mr. Strauss and Dr. Fulton. I don't know if they've sent it yet, but we've worded it, and it'll be sent out so the team knows about it and to see what can, I know the parents had expressed a desire for the changes to happen for this coming new year, and we're upset, but we'll see what needs to be done, and certainly it's the community's right to ask for what they want, and it has a great reputation in their music and their art program. So thanks so much.
Cool. And Dr. Fulton, I don't know if you want to share that information.
Ms. Rupert, I checked on Winston Park. I just want to let you know that they have media, music, PE, and a core subject, which means it could probably be science, as you mentioned. And then I would certainly share that those were the specials that the community voted on. And so if they wanted to swap something out for something different, it would go through the School Advisory Council process.
Okay, perfect. So they would have that opportunity once school starts.
For next school year, though. The process begins this school year, but the change doesn't happen until 27, 28, because you have those positions currently already filled. But if someone would happen to leave one of those positions, they can do a swap in the middle of the year.
Okay, so you said media, music, PE, and then the double science was that part, but where was the art?
I didn't say art. Music, PE, media, and science.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. I'll let the parents speak. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson.
Thank you. And I just wanted clarification on that because I thought at the press conference they were all getting art, music, and PE. I thought that was what.
Me too.
So
No, at the press conference, we said the schools that had the challenges, which were the 14 schools, I don't know if I said the specific number, that had 2 or less specials, they have a minimum of 3 specials now, music, art, and PE. The other schools have a myriad of specials.
and I think that's where the confusion is.
Yeah.
I don't want to talk about those schools,
Yeah.
but are we now guaranteeing that every school, as long as the community wants it, will
Correct.
have art, PE, and music?
Correct, unless the community
So
has
that's the
come to
baseline.
Correct, that's
And
the
if
baseline.
Parents come in and say, no, I would like science or whatever, they
Correct.
can change that.
Yes.
I think that needs to be clarified.
Right.
And then I have just a little update on the beautification blitz. First, I want to thank Mrs. Hickson for coming out, and the heat wave. Did not mean to plan it, but we've had a heat wave for the last really long time. And we've had over 202 people volunteer to sign up to help out at our schools. Thank you. It's been primarily students, and the change has been phenomenal. The parents are very excited. We've had little kids with shovels, which made me very nervous, but everyone was pitching in as much as they could. And I just want to say a special thank you to the Miramar Pembroke Pines Chamber of Commerce, to Klutz, to Nothing Bundt Cake, which has donated over 50 dozen boxes of bundt cakes for teachers and volunteers, to Whole Foods Bright Star Broward Education Fund, and then a special thank you to Dr. Hepburn and Mr. Sullivan, who came out to Chapel Trail yesterday and actually lifted the snack cart. They weren't just pretty faces, they actually
Yep, we had
got to
lift
work
that car to
because
few flights of stairs because the elevator was down.
our elevator was broken, and so they lifted the snack cart to make sure teachers didn't have to leave their classrooms. So that was a big help. And if anyone's available, we will be at Lakeside tomorrow at 8:30 helping teachers move in, and then Silver Palms on Thursday. And also, happy second day back for all of our teachers and staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Alhadeff.
So I wanted to address the interdepartment delivery that we've had for many, many years. I think this is a very antiquated system. I think it also has the possibility of circumventing public records. And if someone put a paper in here, it does become a public record. I think that we should do away with this system, and we need to go paperless. I don't see the value of doing this anymore. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Severa.
Thank you. So first and foremost, a big giant welcome back to all of our teachers, our admins, our school-based staff who started up this week. I know some of them may have been there for a few days before yesterday, but for the masses of teachers and folks who went back yesterday, welcome back. We are excited to have you and looking forward to a great year. I want to give a big shout out to the food and nutrition department. And it's not often that I talk about cafeteria food, but Dr. Hepburn, I read your flyer that you sent out with all the new changes for this exciting new school year that we're having. And I cannot tell you how stoked I was to see one of the new items on the food menu was arroz con pollo, which happens to be one of my favorite meals. My great-grandmother, rest her soul, could cook up an arroz con pollo that could compete with anybody's to the best of them. So if she were still around, I'm sure she would be smiling ear to ear. So kudos to Food and Nutrition for giving a little bit of Latino flavor to our students in the cafeteria. And I cannot wait to try this at my next school visit. So thank you guys for that. Also, I do want to thank board members Hickson and Zeman for joining me yesterday in the great city of Weston as we celebrated a tremendous, tremendous milestone and accomplishment. You heard Ms. Hickson talk about Eagle Point Elementary School being the number one, not number two, Dr. Hepburn, not number three. We're number one. traditional public school in the entire state of Florida. Principal Desaias is doing fantastic things over there. We have wonderful teachers, wonderful staffs. This is a huge, huge accomplishment. This is a big feather in our cap. I'm so proud of those folks, and I was so excited to be able to celebrate as we continue to do great things in District 6. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Ms. Pullman?
Thanks, Chair. So I was at a meeting, what's today, Tuesday, last week, and there was a discussion about how we're communicating to our families about the recent changes in the immigration policy and the TPS, and, you know, concerns about students and families feeling safe to have their students attending school. So I was wondering what we're doing, and, you know, I guess bringing this forward just to make sure that we are communicating kind of what it is that we can do to protect students so that they feel safe that they can come to school within the confines of what we're allowed to do. But I think, you know, I think it would, just like these other things that we need to be communicating, I think that it would be a good idea to send something out to all of our parents and all of our families so that they know.
She's looking at me. It looks like you want to say
Ms.
something.
Bruno, what can we do? Nothing?
So we could.
Please.
It's you know, it's for this part of immigration status. I know last year when it was broader, we did send some information out, and we talked to some of the local support groups out in the community and beat down the bushes to let people know it is safe. This time it's pretty targeted to our Haitian families, and so we're trying to target to the right place instead of sending something broad, which is not impacting the entire district, a small portion, and communicate. We have sent out some communications to one of the Haitian advocacy groups just to find out, like, what's the best way of communicating, finding out, you know, what is going on, how people feeling, and then how are they providing services and whatnot. So we'll send something out, but we want to be very targeted, so it's not just sending something totally out to everybody, because it's not like the first round where it was impacting so many different groups of families, and this is very acute to this specific group.
I think it continues to impact a wider group of families. It's just that now we have this, like, piling on.
Yep.
For lack of a better term, which is probably not the right term, but you know, in terms of what,
and
I just want people to understand that they're safe, that you're not getting, you know, like that, you know, what are the confines, like when an ICE officer is coming, where are they allowed to come into the school, and how are they allowed to do that, and things like that. I think people need to be educated so that they can make decisions.
And that's what we sent out
safety
last year. That's what we sent out last year.
Well, I think we need to do it again.
Yeah,
because, you know,
it was about access, how it was about access to our schools by any law enforcement agency. It wasn't just ICE. We talked about any law enforcement.
Right, which is fine. I think maybe just revisiting that, sending it out again, and then.
Absolutely.
Attorney Dupree-Bruno?
We don't have a 287.
No, I would just like to have the opportunity to talk to the superintendent and team, so we're all on the same page from a legal standpoint.
That's fine. Within the legal confines, I just think people need to know their rights. So, I mean, if they don't have rights, then they need to know that so they can, you know, make the decisions accordingly. Thank you. But again, communicate it, because communication is key. And if people are misinformed, then we're going to have a bad result. And then my other question is something that's been brought up a couple times is about laptops. I thought we spent $145 million to make sure every kid has a laptop. And I'm getting an email that says that teachers don't have enough laptops for their whole class. And then someone else was talking about, I was in another meeting and they were talking about that too. So do we have?
No, we have
one-to-one
laptops.
laptop?
Yes, and remember, our one-to-one for students is actually opt-in. They wish the principals and the schools will give that information to the parents. It's been a whole summer of going through that information to make sure it's right. But our policy is opt-in. You opt in if you want to take the device. So,
But not even to take it home,
Yeah.
just if there's 37 kids in the class, are there 37 computers available?
Yes, there's plenty of computers at the schools, and so I'll have Mr. Bradford and his team communicate because we have the inventory for each school. There's plenty. We have more computers than we have students.
Okay, that's what I thought. I
Yes.
just wanted to.
Yes, we have more computers than we have students, so there's plenty. So I'll have Mr. Bradford communicate with his team so that the principals can be reminded about the amount of inventory they have in their building, and they can distribute work with their teachers as they see fit for the need. But we have more laptops than we have kids.
Perfect.
Yep,
And I just
absolutely.
wanted, and thank you for the update on the paper situation. I just wanted to confirm, are they getting 2,000 a month, or is this just for this month
2,000 per month.
going forward?
Dr. Fulton, was it going forward or just for the first couple of months?
Yeah, going forward and monitoring on a monthly basis.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? Dr. Zeman?
Oh, I'm just fascinated with numbers, and the number of the month that I learned is 616 million. You know what that is, Ms. Thompson? $616 million was earned by Broward County senior class in scholarships. For those that are going to college, it's on the order of $50,000 per student. It's a remarkable number, and I keep hearing from community events over the past few months about us not marketing very well. One of the ways we have to maybe think a little bit is what numbers do we use? Something like $50,000 per high school graduate that's going to college in scholarships is a big number. It moves people that I've used that number with. We don't track with precision how many of our high school graduates immediately go to college, but it's on the neighborhood of 70 to 75%. And when we do track scholarships though, and 616 million is a boatload of money for one district to earn in scholarships. So congratulations to that. I just wanted to make it clear. To Ms. Bowman, I'm curious about your immigration question because TPS isn't just about the people who are here under those conditions. It's about all the people that used to employ them. It's about the effect that they have otherwise on their children, not just the TPS adults, but the children of TPS people and things like that. Are you asking us to share more impact statements of how it's affected Broward County schools, or what can we do to get the word out?
I'm asking, sorry.
I was waiting until you put something in your mouth so that.
Thank you.
Question. Yeah.
I'm asking for clear communication to our families so they know what their rights are if they fall into a situation where they may be at risk of having some immigration challenges, and what their rights are so that they can make a decision about whether or not to send their kids to school.
Mm-hmm.
So that kids aren't staying home when they could be being educated in school, particularly for this particular ask. I mean, I think we could do more, but right now I just want to make sure that we're getting as many kids in the door as we can.
So I would
alleviate fears of being picked
totally
up.
understand, and I'm 1,000% with you. I'd ask we go like a little step further though and go outside of our fence lines and talk about what could happen on the way to school. And so, there have been highly publicized instances of people dropping off kids at school and being detained in the car line. That's well known in the community. And so we need to talk about the story from leaving home to picking up to after school activities and things like that, and be crystal clear with them about what we know. It's just facts. We're not being political in terms of sharing facts, but I think those facts are very important. And I think it, obviously had a huge impact on our enrollment. And I think it's important for them to understand that, particularly with TPS going away Monday last, the ability to work here while you're under TPS leaving a week ago. So I appreciate that. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Anyone else? So I wanted to speak to two issues. One, I do need to go back to the copy issue just because I've been feeling like maybe there's a miscommunication between the board and staff. So I think it was a week or two ago, we brought this issue up, and it was presented to us that, well, the board is sending mixed signals because we reduced spend authority on printing. But when we did that, I think it was clear from the board that we did not want that to impact schools. So when we reduced spend authority, we said we don't want to reduce the ability for schools to make copies. We want that burden to lie on the district. At one point when I inquired about the copies, we were told that this was a school-based decision, but now it is clear that there was in fact a directive from the district. So I guess I'm wondering what changed when did it change that it was a school-based decision to a district directive?
I haven't communicated that it was a school-based decision. It's always been a district decision. I don't know where that communication came from about school-based.
It was in a board meeting, so I can go back.
Or maybe the confusion about principals having autonomy to print as many as much as they need to support anybody that's asking for additional copies. But I know from day one when that decision was made, that was a district decision, not a school-based decision.
Okay. I will just say, even I appreciate the 2,000, but if I'm a high school teacher and I have 150 students, that allows me about 13 one-page copies per month. I don't think that's enough.
And like I said before, I remember this statement, this is more of a conscientious effort so people, because one of the issues that we found is that the amount of copies that folks are making it was tremendous. And I can remember like a couple of years ago when we brought that item, like the amount of copies that people were making was tremendous. And also we had an issue where folks aren't using the, I don't know what a specific term is, my IT people aren't in the room, the central copier at the school. We had a lot of individual printers and things in the building, which cost the district more money. We didn't purchase them. We're paying paper. We're buying ink sometimes on P cards for all those things. And so it's also a push to use the central copier, which is more efficient, more cost effective for the district, and easy to monitor. So it's more of a conscientious effort to make sure what we are copying is actually for the purpose of instruction and supporting teachers' needs, and opening up a door if a teacher does need additional copies, they can do so. And like Dr. Fulton said, monitor that over the next couple of months, and if we need to raise it, if we need to ask questions, if we need to lower it, we'll be able to do that because we can actually better monitor it. But as far as the spend on copy paper has been a lot. In the past, that became a concern for us too, not just for the board, but just to put some background information on it.
Okay. I do want to push back on whatever story you were told about printers throughout the school. Like, I remember vividly, maybe 2018, 2019, there were teachers who had district printers, I guess, in a computer lab or whatever, and people coming in and just taking them out in the middle of the school day, in the middle of the school year. And many of us were, I had to buy my own printer, I had to buy my own ink, I had to buy my own paper for the printer in my classroom. So I do want to push back on that story you were told about, teachers using P cards to buy ink and paper for printers that were issued by the district. The other piece that I wanted to discuss with the board, the issue of e-voting has come up. I think a training was being scheduled, but I know Mr. Hill wanted to address some of the questions in a public forum. Mr. Hill?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for bringing this discussion to the table or to the floor within the public setting. On May 12th, the special school board meeting, item number 32, the board approved the agenda item to extend Granicus platform for 1 year. And this is the platform that we have for our board agenda management software. And within that contract, it included the addition of the VoteCast web system, which is a web-based system that allows you to electronically vote. So just wanted to bring the discussion to the board to move forward with this particular service so we can move forward with training the board, and just wanted to see if there was consensus of moving in another direction.
Dr. Zeman?
Thank you. I'd like to know more. There's a few things that I'm concerned about. One, I think to do electronic voting, we all have to have a laptop and we all have to have connection to the internet throughout the course of the meeting. Is that correct?
Well, a little bit more than that in order to participate in the meeting period. So in order to join the meeting, although you'll be physically here, you will need to, your electronic device, you will need to actually press the button to join the meeting. And if you are off site, you will also need to be able to join the meeting. So I know a lot of times the board members call in, which you can still do, but you will also need a device where you can also join the meeting electronically in order to participate, as well as, yes, to your point, Dr. Zeman, vote as well.
And will votes of the group be visible as they're made, or they're only visible after they're completed?
After all results are in.
I don't know enough to ask enough questions about whether I view this as helping us in our role as school board members. So I'd be fine doing the training, and I'd be fine trying it, but I'd like to come back after a couple months and get the board's view on whether or not this is making us a more efficient, more effective board. There's not just electronic voting, but there's also electronic registering to speak next. Is that true?
Well, for the public or for board members?
For board members?
That's also inside of the platform too. So when you want to signal the chair that you would like to speak, you will actually press it within your platform, and the chair will be able to call on board members via that platform.
I'm a little bit worried about the technology. I don't like to be at a live meeting and have to log into things. It's just a personal preference to me. If I'm on Zoom because I'm somewhere else and cannot be here, I think that that's a necessary evil when you're away. I'm worried about it being a distraction as well. So there's this technology set of questions that I have. There's a different outcome that might happen because we vote electronically rather than vote live. I'm concerned about that. I don't know what that would mean for us as a board. And I'm also concerned about the distraction that it takes to pay attention to software when what I want to do is hear Ms. Bowman tell me something that I've never learned before. And I want to hear from Ms. Aladef when she tells me about the pony and things like that. And if I'm over here trying to log in and re-log in, to me that's a distraction. And it's not necessarily one that I would welcome. But I don't have any overwhelming objectives that would stop from trying it and doing the training. But at some point, I might bring some discussion back and say, is this really making us a better board? And I will tell you that when I saw that item, it was not clear to me at all that we were changing behaviors of the board. I thought we were just buying some enhanced software that the superintendent and his great people that work for him thought was better for us. And I'm perfectly happy to follow those instructions. I read the description. It sounded like it would make it better. And nowhere in those discussions did it say I needed to log into a system in order to be a school board member at a live meeting. And so those are my concerns. I'm one of 9. And I don't have any such huge objections. I wouldn't try it, but I'm going to be looking at it to see whether or not it makes us a better board, or are we missing some other opportunities to be better as a board that are being taken up by learning this new software and learning how to behave in a new and different way. So I'm going to reserve judgment, but again, I don't feel so strongly that I wouldn't do the training and give it a try. It may be fine at the end of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Severa.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to reserve judgment, Dr. Zeman. Mr. Hill, I want to make sure I understand this. We're paying for a program for us to be able to attend a meeting in person and vote on a computer. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Also, within that same program that we're paying for, there is, dare I say, like a chat bot that we have to be able to input our questions in order to be able to be recognized by the chair?
No. It's just a button that you press that says speak.
Okay, so instead of raising my hand, I have to log onto a program and press a button.
Correct.
And we're paying for this.
Correct.
How much are we paying for this program?
$12,900 annually.
$12,000. Okay, so not a great ton of money, but from what I'm hearing, this sounds like a giant waste. Is there anything positive that this program does?
Well, so the features of you will have to join the meeting electronically to participate. You can request to speak during debate to the chair. You can initiate voting, and I just want to be very clear, to initiate the motion, but it doesn't allow you to enter in the language of the motion. So we're working with Granicus on that. So instead of saying, can I get a motion and a second on B1? Then you motion second, so you will actually have to press buttons in order to motion and second, as well as to initiate a motion. And if you want to substitute motions in that nature, so all motions will have to be initiated within the program. Voting, as well as you will be able to see the speakers that are signed up for that particular item. They will be broadcasted on the screens, so we no longer have to say those names. And the next speakers for cues will be displayed to our public as well. So those are the main features off the top of my head that this program will bring forward.
Okay, and I appreciate the brief summary there. This kind of sounds like a bunch of uselessness to me. Again, I'm only one of 9, but I prefer to just wave my arms at Miss Leonardi to get her attention, her write me down on the pad and acknowledge me when it's my turn. And when I vote, I'd like to talk into the microphone just like I'm doing now and express what my vote is rather than pressing a button on a computer. So I realize that in the grand scheme of our budget, the cost may be a negligible amount of money, but from what I'm hearing, this sounds like a giant waste to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. So first I want to say I know change is hard. We use a similar program at the MPO where it is on your computer. It is nice where you walk in because they have desktops and everything set up, but I think let's look at the benefits of this. We're going to be able to see, one, it's going to be our public records, much more helpful for them. They're going to have the votes electronically recorded. Also, let's think about it if you're on the left side of our chair. You might raise your hand, but she's looking the right side. So I get called before Al-Hadaf, but now it's in a computer. It's in a nice little list. Is that $12,000? That covers the use of Granicus, correct? It's not just...
No, that's just the vote cast.
It's just this. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. But I think we get a lot of feedback from the public that our votes aren't understandable or that our information isn't accessible. So I think we go forth because we purchased this and see how it works out. If we need to revisit it later, that's fine, but it's something that's being done throughout multiple boards across the county. Electronic voting, it's what the legislature does. Will our votes be displayed in on the screen then after they're done?
The results will be only.
Yes, that's what I mean.
So yes, no, and then
the
abstain.
public will be able to say, oh, Rupert voted like this, Thompson voted like this, and it will be black and white on the screen.
No, so the individual board members would not be displayed, just the.
Yes, no.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, no abstain.
Can you walk me through some other positives of this?
I just had one on the top of my head.
You can phone a friend.
And your MPO.
Or you can phone the public records that walked in.
And Ms. Thompson, your MPO has like 58 members or something, right? And your legislature has 160. We're 9.
I understand.
I just want to point out the differences here so everyone knows.
Thank you
This
for
is
the
9.
math lesson. It's still I still have the floor, and I was asking for staff to provide some other feedback.
I don't know about any other benefits, but I know that the board did entertain the possibility of a system this way. So I just wanted to, this is our way of basically bringing the board the services in which they wanted to possibly entertain.
So we requested this.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Hill, through the superintendent, you said it's a $12,000 annual cost. Are we under a contract for a certain number of years?
This is only a 1-year contract, so it expires June 30th of 2027.
Okay, so every year, will it continue to be a 1-year contract, or is this sort of like a pilot testing to then extend for many years after the 1 year?
So this particular contract does allow us to do one more extension per year should we choose to do that with Granicus, but we are also exploring the option of going out with another procurement vehicle to try to see what else is on the market as well. So we're not saying that after July 1st, 2027 that we are going to have the same system.
Okay, so if we do the 1-year extension and we decide to continue with the same company, what will we have to do next? Sign a 3-year contract?
No, we'll have to go out for a new procurement vehicle.
Okay. All right, so I have a question, right? I think Well, let me just ask a very basic question. This is an ongoing cost yearly, right? Is there any device that can, we're 9 people here, that, Board Member Holness press a button and it says District 5 and it lights up in front of the chair? She knows, okay, this one is first, this one is second, this one is third, and it's a one-time cost?
I have seen systems that way. I know one of our municipalities, when I go to their municipal meetings, I think it's Lauderhill, or maybe, I think it's Lauderhill, that there's just a physical button that lights up, and then there's some lights somewhere, some type of box that shows which board member. So there is something physical that can be explored.
Because I know, as Board Member Thompson mentioned, one of the benefits for this system that you're introducing is that the chair doesn't have to be looking around to see who was first, who was second, who was third. But there has to be a very basic system that exists, that I simply press my button and she knows I'm second. District 5 is second. Al-Hadef is third. Zeman is fourth. I mean, there has to be something like that that is less costly, and she doesn't have to be spending time trying to figure out who's first, who's second. Why can't we just look into a system like that? I think that's the major problem that this seems to solve. I don't see where it does anything else. So there has to be a one-time cost device that could be a couple $1,000s, I don't know, that would just simply identify to the chair with some thing in front of her that she knows who's first, second, third, and so on.
Yes, we most definitely can work with the team to see what other options are out there that could be simpler, as well as a physical system.
Okay, so Dr. Hepburn, can we look into that to see if there's something? Because I think that's the major problem that this solves for $12,000 a year, and we don't have money. So maybe we could solve that problem for a fraction of a cost for something one time and very basic. So
Attorney Dupree-Bruno?
If I may I ask a question to Mr. Hill? With regards to the minutes, does this help us with the minutes in any way? Drafting the minutes and recording the votes?
I want to be careful with my answer. It does give us a different way of obtaining the minutes.
Like, does it record the item and the vote and tells us how the vote was?
That it does, yes.
Okay.
So it does basically codify the official actions of the board electronically for us.
Okay, thank
So
you.
we can go back and create minutes off of that.
okay, but I'm not against the idea, but to me it feels like luxury at a time when we don't have money. So I'm not sure if it's something we need to, even though it's $12,000 is a small amount of money, but you do that 4 times and that's a teacher's salary. I don't know if now is the time for us to spend money on something that appears to be.
Already bought it.
Oh, we already have it? So we're going to continue to, so we paid for it already. So we're just discussing using it. So we can't cancel it?
That is something I will have to work with our legal team to see what can we do if the board decides not to utilize this service, to take it out of the contract.
So if we take it out of the contract, we save $12,000?
Correct, $12,900. Yes.
So we can decide as a board to remove that from the contract and we'll save the $12,000?
I, again, will lean on legal as to how, most definitely for a renewal, we can, remove that out.
But we've already paid for it.
As of right now, yes, it's already been approved by the board.
And you're saying for renewal, so if we don't use it, we're throwing away $12,000?
If you don't use it and nothing happens to the contract, then yes.
And we're too late to get out of it, that's what you're saying?
I'm not saying
for
that.
this
I'm
year?
saying that. I will have to work with legal to see exactly how we can look at the contract and see what our options are.
Okay, so Ms. Bruno, I'd like more information. Madam Chair, I'm finished.
Thank you, Ms. Hickson.
Thank you. I will say, we have talked about this for a couple of years to be more efficient. When you go to the FSBA and have conversations with other school board members, they use a similar system, if not this one, and always think I'm crazy when I say the way we do it because it's very antiquated. As a chair, I think it would make it way easier for the chair, or more, I won't say easier, more efficient for whoever the chair is to see exactly who is on the list to ask questions and who voted how, so they know, consensus in that. So I appreciate that we have it. I'm looking forward to the training. We asked for it for a while now, and I'm glad to see it come forward. Thank you.
Mrs. Alada?
Yes, so I agree with Ms. Hickson. It will make us more efficient. As the chair, you are juggling a lot of things, not just who's up for next to speak, but time certains, and there's a lot of things the chair is juggling. So I think it will help and make us more efficient. It would also eliminate the roll call and going around like that. So it's also saving time. You know, we really have evolved in the last 8 years since I've been on the board, from having the black box and printing out all the papers and then someone personally delivering it to our houses to now being electronic. So I think, you know, the training is important. We'll learn how to do it. I mean, there's times when I've seen board members vote yes, and then we do roll call, and then they vote no. So this eliminates all of that kind of craziness and ambiguity, and it's just be tighter, more efficient, and I think that we'll get used to the system, and training will help, and we just move forward from here. Thanks.
Ms. Bowman?
I appreciate that perspective. That just swayed me over because it's not bothering me because I'm not the chair, so I'm not juggling a whole bunch of things. I just have to worry about myself. So if that provides an easier way for the chair to conduct the business of the board, then I support it.
Thank you. I will just say, I think, you know, having the list, of people who would like to speak would make things easier. I think, you know, some people feel like I'm skipping them over sometimes, or I'm adding them later to the list, and I'm not. But so everyone can see where everyone is on the list, I think is helpful. You know, I have some skepticism about it becoming more efficient, but I'm open to trying new things. So I'm happy to move forward with this. It looks like a majority of the board is. So I hope that this can help us become a more streamlined, efficient body. Anyone else?
Madam Chair, I have a quick question.
May Miss Leonardi?
Thank you, Ms. Rupert. Go ahead.
Yep.
Sorry, I thought I was on your list. My mistake. My thought on this process is it's a little disjointed. I get the part if you're not at the meeting, but it seems a little strange to have to be at a meeting and be on the computer to actually vote or make a motion. So I understand it will probably free up staff time because we can't really do, motions and try to work it out that way. I can see it's going to be a process, but I won't be here for that culmination of the process. But if it makes it easier for the chair and for board members, I just, even though it's $12,900, it's still a figure. I really wanted to know is if Mr. Hill has experienced the program himself and what benefits were the best for him. Like, what does he think that we'll get the most out of? Through the superintendent?
Mr. Hill?
Through the superintendent, I have seen the product. I will say this, that it will take some adjustment. The board will have to slow some processes down. It will not be as quick. I know a lot of time you all vote on items, especially when you don't have speakers on it, to just move forward, and it will slow us down just a little bit. So it will be a learning curve in order to move things as quickly as we do now within the new system. But I do see it as a benefit when it comes to especially the speaking for an item as well as voting on an item. There will be no more roll calls physically. It will be an adjustment for anyone, again, inside of the room. You will be forced to have, not forced, but you will have an electronic device with you, as well as those that are not on site. You may have to be on a device as well as on your phone. So those are the pros and cons that I have seen when I viewed this system.
Right, and thank you for that. I remember in the older days, that when I was first up in Canada, like first after election, whatever, it was only accessible by phone, which was a nightmare for me because I had to go in the back 30 to be able to get you guys as much as possible. But we've certainly moved past that, but it was very difficult to get in. And then we moved to the Teams product in the last couple of years for, I didn't have to call in anymore. I was able to, be live and be a part of it this way. So I don't know how it's going to be logistically if, that would change for me at all or not. So it's just something to think about. And I do think it's going to be an adjustment, but I know it would make the process easier for the chair. And I was a little disappointed to find out it really couldn't be utilized efficiently as a source to do our minutes. But perhaps we have granted, I don't know, maybe we have Teams that does that. I don't really know, but I thought that would be a major feature, that it would be good for keeping records on during the meetings on who voted which way or not, because I know that most boards have that, where you can see in the minutes who voted a certain way and what the majority was. But I'll do the training. Absolutely, I'm up for that. But I would have liked a more concentrated effort to understand some of the process before we actually bought it. But I understand where we are. I would not have wanted to do it for $12,000 or $1,200. Any money spent on the board, the public is not going to be happy about it. And as a taxpayer, I wouldn't be happy about it either. So, but I'll be here for the workshop and get the training and do what I need to do, since we're already at that point. So I appreciate it, and thank your candor, Mr. Hill.
Mrs. Rupert, I just wanted to clarify something. If I misspoke, I do apologize. The system and the board clerk will be able to see how each board member voted, so that will improve with the record keeping. We do see internally how each board member voted. I believe the question before was, does the public see that? And no, the public would just see the results.
Now I wonder, and of course, Ms. Dupree-Bruno will look into this more if I think, to see exactly what that would entail, because the public's part of the reason coming to see the board live in action is really to see the live vote and to know how people did it simultaneously. So just my 2 cents, but thank you so much for the info.
Okay, Mrs. Alhadeff?
Yes, I agree with you, Ms. Rupert. You're 100% correct. When the board votes, on the board, it has to say Alhadeff, yes, Zeman, no. However it goes, it has to have the name. So, Dr. Hepburn, however that needs to happen, that needs to happen.
Mr. Severa?
Just point of clarification, Mr. Hill. If we fully implement this system, do I need to have a laptop with me to participate in the vote and logging on to the program that lets me sign up to speak and all that? Or will a mobile device work? And let me give you an example. If for whatever reason I can't make a meeting, right? And I want to call in on my phone, I think I have that capability to do now. I don't need a physical laptop. I can call in on the phone, yes?
That is correct.
Okay. If I had to miss a meeting for whatever reason, I'm not anticipating that's going to happen anytime soon, but if I had to miss a meeting and I was in a car driving somewhere and wanting to listen and participate on my cell phone, if this program is implemented the way you suggest, would I be able to do that still?
If you're asking if you're able to vote via your phone,
Like if I had to miss a meeting because I was going to a doctor's appointment,
correct.
okay, and I didn't want to go through the doctor's appointment like holding my laptop, but I wanted to listen with my phone and maybe put my AirPods in, right, to listen to the meeting and participate. Would I be able to do that with this new program?
Via your phone, I would say yes.
Okay, Because you said before you need to be on a, I thought I heard you say you need to be on a laptop.
I know they said another device regarding a laptop or a tablet via your phone. I will have to. I would want to say yes, but most definitely by the training, I will have a.
Can we get confirmation on that? Because I think that's important. Because again, if myself or one of my colleagues has to ever miss, and we're not sitting at home, we have a doctor's appointment, something has come up, whatever, and you want to participate over the phone, you don't want to have to carry a laptop.
Yes, we will get that clarification.
Thank you.
Dr. Zeman?
If I'm in a school board meeting and the system tells me it's going to shut down for 15 minutes to do security and software upgrade, could I, is where yours is right now? Thank you, Ms. Elda, for making my point. Is there a backup system by which you can register votes verbally if you can't get into the software?
We can do that here. So yes, the clerk and I are able to register your vote while your computer is.
So to my colleague's question about the phone use, if they could just shout through the AirPods yes or no, you would be able to record that vote.
We will be able to record that vote. Yes.
Okay, terrific. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Hill, if we vote using the system, and then during the course of the vote, like Board Member Al-Hadaf mentioned, that sometimes when we're normally voting, some people change their vote when we do a roll call, right? So if you vote with the system and you thought a little bit more about it before the vote is finalized and you want to change your vote before it's over, can you change?
You may. The chair does have the option to reset the votes, and then you can take the vote again.
Okay.
Once the vote locks, it's locked, but she does have the option to reset the votes, and then we can, you can proceed with voting again as a board.
Okay, so I can, once I vote, my vote is locked, and then the chair I would have to request to re-vote?
Correct.
And
But
then
it's a process now to take the vote again.
okay,
So it's-
so is my request my right, or is it the chair's decision, and not to say our current chair, but is it the chair's decision in general to say no to the change of my vote?
I'm going to lean on our general counsel for that advice as to the rights of the board.
I'm sorry, I was trying to get the attention of one of the deputies because I have to step off for a second, but repeat the question, I'm sorry.
If a board member would like to re-vote on an item, is it their right, or is it at the discretion of the chair?
So we will have to follow Robert's Rules of Order
Okay,
with regards to that.
so I think the question is a little bit different, almost there, almost close. If the voting process is still going on, and I wish to change it before it's finalized, before we, in the process, and I accidentally hit no when I should have hit yes.
Oh, I'm
So
sorry.
let me say this. I'm not familiar with the Granicus version, but I am familiar with another software that did the exact same thing. And so the electronic voting was very simple. If there was a hiccup where you wanted to change your vote, you would just let the clerk know, you know what, I don't want to, I'm going to change mine to a yes, an aye, or a no. And the clerk was able to do that. If you are on the phone or you're traveling and you want to be able to give your vote because you don't have your computer, you don't have your cell phone, you're able to do that because the clerk has access to all of it. So from my experience with a similar software, it was very efficient and very helpful to the board in helping keeping the meeting running smoothly. So any glitches, normally verbally you can make that correction, and the clerk has access to all of it and can make those changes for you. That's been my experience with the software that I've used in the past.
Right, I understand.
And I'm sorry, Dr. Holden, if I misunderstood your question, yes, you will have the option, as long as the votes aren't locked, you do have the option to change yourself at your device between yes, no, abstain, as many times as you like until the vote locks.
So the vote locks when everybody votes?
Correct.
Okay, but during the process of voting, it's not locked?
Correct.
So I can?
Yes.
Okay, got it. I have another question. This particular software that we're using, the other districts that are doing it this way, are they using the same software, or how did we vet that this is the best one?
And I'm not sure if there's someone from our procurement team here for us. Seems not. I can get you a follow-up as to how this particular VotesCast was chosen. I can say that we always had Granicus. We already had Granicus, and we were going up for a renewal. So we just could have been something as simple as asking them, do you have a system that allows us to electronically vote? And the answer was yes. So we utilized the system that we currently had for our board agenda management.
Okay, so we were told in the beginning that other school districts are doing it this way and it's very efficient, right? So I'm curious to know what systems are they using and what is it costing them? And how did we come to this system as opposed to what other districts are doing? The reason I'm asking because maybe there is even a more efficient software that exists that some other large district is using in the United States. Did we just decide to go with this because we're paying for Granicus, or is there something better?
Again, we just currently had Granicus and we're going up for the renewal, but I can get you a follow-up as to what the like-sized districts are also using for their software, if they're using the software, and compare the two.
Okay,
for you.
I'd love to have that, Mr. Hill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bowman. I thought you had your hand raised. All right, so I believe a majority of the board is willing to move forward with the training. So do you have your direction, Mr. Hill?
I do, but since we're going to go forward, we will schedule the training. Today's training is on the current features of Legislate. So basically how you access the item, how you access the attachments, how you mark up an item, how you highlight, those type of things. How do you save an item? How do you bookmark? How do you view public comments? So those things will be trained today. And then in the next coming weeks, we will schedule the second part of the training, which will be our VoteCast system. And depending on the comfortability of the board, we will roll out a launch date that we will start it at a meeting and a workshop.
Got it. Anyone else with anything good for the group? Ms. Bowman?
So to the Legislate, just for the knowledge of everybody, when you mark up, my understanding is when you mark up on Legislate, then that all becomes a public record.
Your notes are your notes only unless you share them, so it does not become public record.
Is it? Because my understanding is that when you're using this, that becomes public record, and if you have, like, you know, I have all my stuff here and I don't share it, then that's mine and no one can take it. But if it's on this platform, that it's, no, it's not. I'm not sharing it with you. It's not a public record. So I just want everyone to, we need to know what the law is on that so people can act accordingly.
So we will provide a follow-up on that. Just because you take a note or write on a piece of paper within the meeting does not mean it's automatically a public record. It's just it's a way in which it can become a public record, and we'll make sure that we provide guidance on that.
Right, because if I'm making a note, I don't want that to be a public record, just for me personally. Just a note that I'm using for myself.
All right. Anyone else? Oh. I don't know.
I would say no more than like 20 minutes. I'm just going to run through the current features, and that's about it. Yes.
Well, did someone want to speak?
Or the other option is, because we're coming back in the future with the actual VoteCast things, I can incorporate both of the trainings within one. So it's up to the will of the board if they want to do it today or mix them both inside a future training.
I think we're ready to move forward today. All right. The scheduled order of business for the special school board meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida has now been completed. Seeing no objection, I will adjourn the meeting.